I'd like to call to order the Avalon City Council meeting. We will also include a meeting of the City Council acting as the Avalon Housing Authority this Tuesday, September 17th. If we would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I'm going to spare you words of wisdom this evening, so you may be seated. Nobody loves them more than you. And you know, we still seem to get a lot of complaints from either the audience or at home that the unable to hear us. So I'll try to do my best to speak up, and when y'all come to the front, if you would speak up and speak into the mic. Okay, and would we please have the roll call?
Councilmember Haves.
Here.
Councilmember Olson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy. Here. Mayor Marshall.
Here. Presentations.
We have John Council in the audience this evening, and he's going to come up and speak about the NASA Extreme Environment Mission Operation.
John Council, 352 Catalina. Thank you very much, Council and members. Well, I'm going to bump this forward. About a year and a half ago, I received a phone call from Bill Todd, who was the mission lead for NASA's program called NEMO. NEMO stands for NASA's Extreme Environment Missions Operations, and what they do is they train astronauts primarily in the water. They have a large test tank facility at the Johnson Space Center where they have a full mock-up of the International Space Station. Astronauts train on that. They actually lock out in it, and they do all the things that they would normally do in space for EVAs, which are extravehicular activities, spacewalks, things like that. But they also train in Florida, and they have a underwater habitat that they utilize down in the Florida Keys that sits in about 65 feet of water. They do a myriad of experimentation. They've been doing that since 2000. Bill Todd was the former space shuttle pilot trainer for NASA for years, and then when they started closing down the space shuttle program, he started branching off into this NEMO project, and they were scheduled to maybe run a year or two, and now it's 2019, and they just finished their 20-something mission in Florida. But the reason he called me is that Florida only has geology that really consists of porous karst limestone, which is fossilized coral that just a few inches underground, you know, the whole area of Florida is covered with ancient coral, and that's really all they have. And they really needed to study things for excursions to Mars and other things like that. They wanted to try to find some place that they could dive. They had an infrastructure, could offer all the things that they needed, but also offer different types of geology, and that was the primary goal. And I said, well, it's a good thing you're talking to me, because Catalina has more geology here than you can believe. As you know, you can find 10 different types of things in 100 yards of area. So he came out to check it out, and over the course of a year of multiple trips with different NASA personnel, we were able to set up a program here to study geology, and this is part of the training for the astronauts. And in order to do that effectively, we were training them to operate small submersibles and exosuits, which are pretty high-tech stuff, along with a whole host of other very, very high-tech equipment. And we looked at the possibility of trying to do it in Avalon, and the reality of being able to coordinate a place to stay for, you know, up to 30 people and all that kind of stuff in the last 2 weeks of August wound up really being a challenge. So we ended up organizing with the USC Wrigley Institute, and they have facilities, they have places that we can set up a mission control center, and all of the cafeteria and the dock access, all that stuff. So that we chose that. And we kind of kept it a little bit under the radar, I know, but the reason for that is we didn't want lots of people all out there in boats and everything like that operating at the same time, and we had submarines underwater and things like that. But it all worked out great, and we had a lot of NASA, European Space Agency astronauts, Japanese Space Agency astronauts all come to Catalina Island. And we trained them how to operate the equipment, and we ran submarines and a whole host of really unbelievably technological advanced equipment, and everybody came out of it smarter and better for it. And NASA was very excited about the whole thing for the operations here. And on the screen, we got a little sub that we were utilizing. I got to test pilot this one, which was pretty fun. NASA engineers had Michelin tires make some airless wheels for this thing, so it wouldn't compress under depth, and we were able to take it down a couple hundred feet and drive it around on the seabed like a lunar or a Mars rover. And so it was to simulate that kind of stuff where we're out looking around for rocky reef areas. And so the astronauts were able to utilize that to simulate using a rover, but using it underwater, and they could adjust the buoyancy so it would simulate different types of gravitational forces, so that wouldn't be the same gravity as here, but maybe the same kind of gravity that you'd find on a lunar surface. So when it hit something, it kind of bounced and then came down slow and kept going, so it was pretty fun. This is an exosuit. This is probably the pinnacle of deep sea diving right now. These suits are capable of diving up to 2,000 feet at 1 atmosphere, so the pilot stays the same pressure that we're sitting in right now, but they can stay for extended periods of time underwater without any concerns about decompression or anything like that. And again, they can use these pieces of equipment to go underwater and travel around. The suit itself is operated by electric motors, thrusters, and so you can fly it around underwater. So it's kind of like a Buzz Lightyear piece of equipment, but it's as high-tech as you get in the diving world today. There's a couple of guys. This is Bill Todd sitting next to me in the sub. This is when we were going to test dive the dual deep worker that had the tires on it, and so we were getting ready to go, so it was kind of fun. This was some of the technology that was being utilized. Those glasses are called Loomis glasses, and anything that can be projected on a computer screen can be piped down to the pilots, and it can all display on the glasses. So navigational charts, streaming video, still shot photography, directives, whatever you said, hey, we want you to do this list of objectives, and they can just read off the list and check it off. And unbelievable tools. We were sending lifetime video from each of the submarines to each other so they could see what the other sub was looking at, and then we could say, at 1300 hours, we want you guys to rally up at checkpoint C, checkpoint Charlie or something, and they could look at a navigational chart, see where they were in relation to that checkpoint Charlie, and drive directly to that point and rally up at a designated time. Something that would be very useful for traveling on another planetoid. So that was fun. This is one of the NASA astronauts, Drew Feustel. Super good guy. He just got off of a multi-month mission up on the International Space Station, came up for this training. Super guy. We hit it off pretty good, so we have new NASA friends here. He's going to come back to the island to visit, and he'll spend some time talking to school kids here and talking about space travel and all that kind of stuff, so it'll be good to have him come to the island. That just is a fun shot of deploying the suit, getting ready to put it in the water, so you can kind of get a sense of how large it is and just what it's all about. This is kind of a neat shot. This is underwater, obviously, and you can see the green laser lights. The laser lights are connected to still shot and video capture equipment, and the lasers are the pointers. And so you can control the direction up and down and side to side with the cameras, and wherever the laser is pointing is where the camera's situated. So if you want to take a picture of a specific thing, you just point the laser at it, and then you can take your shot from it. So that's what those are for. This is the single person sub, so it's the same as the dual deep worker hull-wise, but it's just for an individual, 2,000 foot capable, so pretty neat little machine. There's a guy in the sub getting ready to go. Here's the two subs side by side. It's kind of a nice racy looking Ferrari. Has a manipulator arm, and the camera system's outside. The camera's off of it right there, but the manipulator allows the pilots to reach out and grab samples, pick up samples, put them in a container basket, and then you can bring back geologic samples. So that was good training for them as well. There's another guy that you might recognize underwater. That's about 220 feet down looking at rocks. So this is great technology. This is a system used to monitor the brain waves of the astronauts. So when they started task loading them with a lot of different directives, they can actually monitor their brain waves live time, and they can trace it out. And if they start to get a little bit sloppy or slow on their responses or their performance, they can tell where these guys individually are peaking out with too many directives or too much stimulus all at the same time, and they can monitor those brainwaves, and then in the future, when they see that those brainwaves are maybe approaching those same peaks, they can say, okay, we need to back off on directives because they're reaching a saturation point, so that they can track each astronaut and know what their optimum performance brainwave pattern is. So that's pretty cool tech. This is one of the Japanese Space Agency astronauts. We called him Captain Nemo. Super nice guy. I can't pronounce his Japanese name, I'm sorry. So everybody called him Captain Nemo. Super nice guy. So he wants to come back to the island and visit as well. Great guy. And this is one of the European astronauts. This is Thomas. He's got a friend, Pasquat is his last name, but Thomas is a super nice guy, and then the woman next to him is one of the NASA's geologic planetary geologists. So they were getting ready to go down the sub and do some chores. That's yours truly with Thomas right there after we got done doing some stuff in the suit. So you can see how the suit opens up, and that's how you climb up into it, and then it closes back down and then locks down. And somebody asked out there, said, how do you feel if you're claustrophobic? And I said, well, if you're claustrophobic, you don't get in. It just doesn't happen. You're not going to be in there if you don't like that. So there's a task panel that NASA built. It had a series of valves and switches and things. And then on the glasses or audio, we would give a bunch of directives. And that way they would turn the valves to certain points. And by a series of like 15 or 20 of these valves on down the sequence, turn valve number 1 to the C position and valve number 2 to the B position, and you have to follow all the directives. At the end of these sequences, you would get to a point where something would activate, and so it was a test panel for them, and so they got to go through all these sequences. So that was a good task for them to do. This is the dual deep worker down a distance underwater. You can see the lasers working a little bit. Mm-hmm. And these are the 2 machines rallying up at a checkpoint, and then we had a system on back of the sub that the suit could lock on and stand up on basically a step, and then the sub could drive, and then you could ride it. So the pilot and the exosuit could ride the other sub, so they could simulate being on a rover and going to another location. So that was the benefit of doing that. The good thing for the island, of course, is that this wound up being a great mission for NASA, and hopefully, just like the program in Florida, if all the numbers work out and the data that they've derived from this mission are satisfactory, they may return here for years to come to do the same kind of thing and just continue to build on the program. And here's a picture of Trevor Graff, who's one of the planetary geologists, top guys for NASA. He was picking up samples and seeing how you could use the equipment and simulate that. And the good thing is 2 days after we wrapped up on the 29th of August, the top lead news story on Google's homepage was NASA astronauts trained in Catalina. So that reached tens and tens of millions of people worldwide. And so it's all great publicity for the island, and hopefully it'll continue to do so, and we'll have additional missions for years to come. So,
fascinating.
That's so
Thank
cool.
you so much for sharing that. That's awesome. Okay.
Any questions?
No, we have 1,000 questions, so we better stop before we get started.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
I've got to get the fire department now.
Okay.
Our next presentation, we have Mark Griffith in the audience. He is with Origin Direct. Mark was before the City Council back in 2009, 2010. He's been working on this project for a number of years, and it is also item number 7 on the consent calendar. If you had any additional questions, we're leaving on the next boat off the island, so I separated the two. But if you wanted to
Bring it on.
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
So welcome, Mark.
Thank you so much for that. I just want to thank the council and the mayor and city manager for allowing us to do this today. I know you're very busy with your schedules, and we appreciate the time. Mark Griffith, CEO of Origin Fuel Cell. My partner, Matt Kenobi, he's our Chief Technology Officer. And what we're going to be asking for is an amendment to the Catalina golf car permit so that they can allow, that the City Council will allow 4 new vehicles into the fleet. So an amendment at the end of this will request that, but before that, we will take you through just what we've been doing and answer any questions as we go here. Origin Fuel Cell Quiet Power 4, clean, quiet transportation for an island community. And that's our vehicle right there with its auto wrap right there. The problem. It's estimated that more than half of the noise and pollution in Avalon emanates from the gasoline-powered rental fleet vehicles that are the mainstay for the over 1 million visitors to Santa Catalina Island each year. To date, gasoline-powered golf cars have been the only means of transportation capable of handling the challenging topography and the quick turnaround business model required by the golf car rental fleets. The rental fleet operators agree that plug-in electric vehicles have failed every test to date. The solution, introducing the Origin Fuel Cell Quiet Power 4. The 4 comes from because it's a 4-seater, so this is the perfect vehicle to integrate into the fleet here because that's the majority of what they're running. So the Origin Fuel Cell Quiet Power 4 is the first and only production-ready fuel cell electric golf car of its kind. Our technology. The Quiet Power 4 is built on the frame of the popular Yamaha 4-passenger Concierge golf car, the workhorse of the Avalon golf car rental fleets. At the heart of the Quiet Power 4 is our direct methanol fuel cell. It's a fuel cell power plant that cleanly and quietly generates electricity from liquid methanol. And you can see over there the Origin box. It fits right under the back seat of the 4-seater. Why fuel cell electric? Fuel cells generate electricity cleanly and quietly through an electrochemical process requiring no combustion. The electricity, when used in tandem with a compact battery pack, gives a vehicle perpetual electric power with no need to plug in. Under the front seat of the 4-seater is where we have our battery pack, and under the back seat is where our fuel cell box fits. Direct methanol fuel cell, it's actually really simple technology. At the heart of it is the MEA, which is short for membrane electrode assembly. And what happens, we take a combination of methanol and water, we enter it into the anode side, which is on the left, the anode side of the fuel cell. That's oxidized by a catalyst. It reveals the hydrogen molecule. And methanol is a really wonderful holder of hydrogen. So that's one of the reasons we're using that as our product, our base stock. So that gets oxidized, the hydrogen molecule is attracted onto the cathode side of the air and the air oxygen that we're entering in on the right side. The molecule it tries to get through the MEA, but the only thing that can pass through is the proton. When the proton is split, electrons are released. We capture the electrons out of the wire and use that as power for our vehicle. Electrons continue around the wire, reunite on the cathode side with the proton and the oxygen, and the byproduct is H2O, or pure water. There's a small amount of carbon that is initiated in the oxidation process, but it's quite limited. Some of the benefits of Origin's technology over traditional gasoline vehicles: quiet operation, near zero emissions, none of the VOX and SOx that you would get out of internal combustion engine vehicles, continuous power, no plugging in, easy refueling in minutes because it's a liquid, it's not gaseous. The original plan that we proposed back in 2010 was for hydrogen fuel cell, which required compressed gas, and it was certainly faster than gasoline, but there are costs and things involved in that. So we're now liquid methanol, just like as easy as gasoline. It's a really fast fill. 60 miles nonstop operation on a single 3-gallon tank of methanol. Lower operating costs than gasoline golf cars, low maintenance, and methanol can be generated from a number of feedstocks, making it a green energy solution. Key safety features: fuel cells require no combustion to generate power. Methanol is safer is a safer fuel than gasoline. It has a flash point, which is the temperature required to burn, that is 55 degrees Celsius higher than gasoline. The Yamaha electric golf cars come equipped with built-in regenerative braking, which creates a more comfortable and stable driving experience compared to the gasoline vehicles. Back in April of 2019, the Origin team conducted a successful endurance test of the prototype Quiet Power 4. Our vehicle ran the rigorous 12-mile scenic route for 6 hours straight, simulating a typical rental day during the peak summer season. And if you haven't already done so, you can go on to Vimeo and search out Origin Fuel Cell, and you'll see it's about an 8-9 minute video, or you can go to originfuelcell.com and see the video there, and you'll get an overall course of the test and a little bit more information on the whole project as well. The Quiet Power 4 is now ready to be tested in a real-world setting, and we are looking forward to the approval of the City of Avalon to move forward with our proposed pilot program. And the program, we're requesting that the City of Avalon approve an amendment to the transportation permit for our partner vendor, Catalina Island Golf Carts, to include 4 new Quiet Power 4 golf cars into their existing rental fleet. These new vehicles will be made operational for the public to get a hands-on experience of this groundbreaking technology. The pilot program is structured to fund itself in part through a monthly lease program paid by the rental vendor from monies generated through the rental of the 4 new vehicles. Match funding, if needed, will be secured through a combination of government agency monies, private funders, and/or crowdfunding initiatives. Methanol refueling capability will be installed at the rental vendor's location in accordance with the City of Avalon fire and safety codes. That's our 55-gallon double 55-gallon dispenser system. It's automated, and it is FM and NEC Class 1 Division and 2 approved. We've also been in touch with the Avalon City Fire Department here to work out all the details pertaining to safety. Some of the potential spill control solutions, if we're working with the 55-gallon drums, most likely we will have 2 inside the refueler and then 4 on the stack, so that one on the left there may be what we'll end up using for the program, the pilot, if it's approved. Performance and runtime data collection and analysis will be performed over a minimum of 18 months to verify system component durability and the fuel cell stack maintenance windows. After close to 4,000 running hours, we'll need to do a stack swap. So it's important that we get enough months of trial, preferably 2 summer seasons. So if this thing were to get approved and we can run starting at the beginning of the new year, we could do 2 cycles of summer, I believe, with 18 months on that, or close to it. The pilot program will also include a public relations component aimed at building awareness of the project. The goal is to garner support from outside agencies for an expanded project to help convert the remaining vehicles in the Avalon golf car rental fleets. We have support letters from Catalina Island Golf Cars. We have also support from Island Rentals. By the way, after we ran our test in April, that full day, 6 hours straight, we left that vehicle with Island Rentals, and they ran it for 2 months in the gaps, and it ran beautifully for the time it was there in their hands. We also have Catalina Yamaha as a partner in this. More information, anybody can go to www.originfuelcell.com. The video's there. There's also more detailed information on the technology and the team. And I will ask if there's any questions.
Sure. When you say you're going to test the vehicle for 4,000 miles, that's 4,000 miles per vehicle.
4,000, did I say miles? I meant hours. Did I say miles?
Okay, you might have said that.
My bad.
But 4,000 hours is per vehicle.
Basically, we're estimating between, if you want to come up, anywhere between 3,500 to 4,000 hours before what we'll do is a routine maintenance, so a stack maintenance, to maintain the power of the vehicle. So they're pretty well maintenance free, and with the exception of after a certain number of hours, which
there are no moving parts. Sorry, yeah, there are no moving parts on it, so there's not like typical oil changes like you'd have in an IC engine. But the stack, gradually degrades in performance over time. So we're estimating at 4,000 hours we'll swap out the stack. its life lasts longer, but it gets less efficient. So 4,000 hours of operation.
There's no batteries, or are there batteries too?
There are batteries in there. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So,
This is just to run the vehicle.
Yep,
Yeah.
but the batteries don't require any maintenance. So the maintenance item is the stack. That MEA that I was talking about, it's like a filter. Think of it as a really fine screen, and that's where the magic happens. And we have to use methanol that's particularly pure for that to maintain its integrity, regardless of what methanol you use. If it's the purest of the purest, there's a point where that membrane will wear out. So we do a stack replacement, and it's literally just an open and a replace, and it's not a big deal. But we need to do that. So one of the things about going at least 18 months is to determine what the cycle of the stack maintenance will be, because when we look at this thing to upscale to 115 vehicles, that's a big thing that we need to know when that's going to happen within the cycle. So.
Right. And you had said that, was it Island Rentals had run one for 2 months?
Yeah, we left
How did they get, where did they get the methanol?
We provided them the methanol. It's because it's liquid, it's non-pressurized, and you can pour it like like they do with their own vehicles. So there's no business model change, which is beautiful for this. The earlier technology we were proposing, which had compressed natural gas and a big fueling, it was a whole different cost scale up and more complex. This is really simple. It's as easy as gasoline for them.
Right.
So they kept it there without even us being on the island. They ran it for 2 months, almost a month and a half. They ran it, all around, and it was a total easy success for them.
Just a couple of questions. How much is a gallon of methanol?
It's equal to or less than gasoline, so we're targeting to bring it in for under the gasoline price.
Here? Gas prices here, or?
Yeah, essentially, right. But one of the issues is we have to float it over, and there's costs for per pound to float over. And then there's also details that we need to keep track of in terms of the purity and making sure we're monitoring that methanol is super pure, because if it's bad methanol in the stack, it's going to affect it. So that aspect gets factored into the gasoline price. So we're buying at a certain price. We need to upscale it to some degree, but that price will always be less or equal than what they're paying for gasoline now.
Okay.
So there's no...
But not mainland prices?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, impossible for here.
Okay.
Now, if you get your syngas going up at the dump, and then they can create methanol that way, and we don't have to float it over. There's a lot of opportunities there.
So, are any of these on the road anywhere? And are you the only company, or are there other
We're the
companies?
only ones doing it for golf cars. We have an exclusive licensing agreement with probably the prime direct methanol fuel cell manufacturing company that makes the MEAs at the lowest price out there. So no, this is it, and you're going to be the first if we do it, which is great.
So what do you think the price of one of these golf carts would be?
When we're dealing with price scale issues, so the prototype, the 4 vehicles, we don't have any scale of replication. One right now, if you're just to say, okay, here we're selling it as an off item, even though we don't do that, it's going to be a lease because we need to maintain it and do the everything. 2 to 2.5 times the cost of a normal electric golf car.
Okay.
Which is a lot less. Back in 2010 when we were proposing hydrogen-based, it was a factor of 5 times more or something like that.
Right. I got my question answered about we would be getting the 4% emissions tax on the vehicles.
And that would be something probably that Buddy, if the way this would work is, and we've been in dialogue with Buddy at the golf cart company, and after this, if this gets approved, then we need to put down what it is he can afford, how many hours he can run these, because the whole idea is bringing the new vehicles in, so he's not coming out of pocket. He's using these vehicles. That money that is acquired from those from the rentals can go towards, in part, what the cost of this is. We're assuming that he won't be able to cover the full cost. That was our goal. But after dialogue, he may cover a significant percentage of it. But we'll probably have to go out to either some government underwriting, private underwriting, or maybe even some crowdfunding or a combination to bring the balance up to get it going. Mm-hmm. But he's a big part of it, and we need to work that out.
Because I'm looking at 16,000 hours times $50 an hour times 4%. And will he'll be keeping track of those separately so that somehow
Yeah, what we'll have to work it out. What will most likely happen is we'll agree upon an hourly rental amount that he's going to figure these will work over on a monthly basis. And that'll be what will come to the program to then pay for it. What he actually runs, if he runs under or more, we need to work that out. So in terms of the percentage that the city might get, it's really his open books and what he runs. We will have data trackers on it, so we'll know how long these have run. We know it'll be pretty sophisticated. It'll actually send us over the net what's happening with the fuel cell stacks, all the details, so we can track that. So it's a very efficient trial, and so we get all the data we need from it. That could also be used to finding out how much they're being used. So if we have some radical discrepancy and you're needing to address that, you can.
Okay. So, and is there a way for us to get an update, not waiting for 18 months to see what happened, but give us an update after 6 months and that kind of thing?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there can be ongoing update as the trial goes along.
I mean, I know this is exciting for us, truly it is. We all would love to get rid of those electric golf carts, and if we can find a solution, that's awesome. I think we all agree it would be great to get rid of those.
The gasoline, yeah.
Again, we'll be monitoring them, collecting data on their performance, their methanol use. We can, if there are any metrics you want us to particularly log, we'll track them and transmit them as you request.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see, I'm not a scientist, but I am curious to see what kinds of things, because you're not comparing it to an electric golf cart, you're running the data on itself. So,
right.
Because we already know that the electric or the gas ones don't work. I have an electric one. I'm very happy with my electric one, but I don't run it 8 to 10 hours a day.
Right. Yeah, that's the challenge with the rental fleet, and that's why where the fuel cell comes in. You get the advantage of the performance of the electric.
Right.
Especially going up and down these hills, the safety going down hills, the gen brake will just stop it.
It's nice.
And the torque going up is nice. So this is gets you the best of both worlds. You can fill up with liquid just like gasoline, but it can run as long as, but it gets the performance of the electric. So.
Right.
And we can scale this. We're right now the existing Origin boxes, we call it, fits into the 4-seater. It can also fit into the 6-seater with a slight expansion of the batteries. Mm-hmm. It's the battery hybrid, fuel cell battery hybrid scenario. For the 2-seaters, we'll be looking at a rescale. So there would be to be able to bring that into the 2-seater personal transportation zone, people that can't plug in here. That's an end goal down the line, but probably not realistic anytime soon, just based on cost scales and whatnot.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Council, you must have questions or comments?
You're selling the methanol to Buddy?
I'm sorry?
You're going to sell the methanol to Buddy, the fuel?
Yes, we have to discuss how it's going to go. But since he's going to be in control of how often he's running them, we think it'll make sense for him to be in control. He's just purchasing the methanol and what he's using based on where we're at. So yes, we will. And again, it should be commensurate with what he's actually paying right now. So he's not actually factoring in more fuel costs.
But when you just said that he'll be running them, you have to have some insistence, for lack of a better word, that he's going to get your 4,000 hours out of each of those carts in that 18 months.
Right, and so we need to work out the numbers. We were hoping to have some specifics from them in terms of the amount of hours that they think they can run these, because as of right now, they have 85 vehicles. I forget what the number that they have. And, we have the summer season where he could probably keep all those busy and ours, but then you come into the winter season, whatever, and according to them, they're not even, the majority of their cars are being used all the time unless a cruise ship comes in, what have you. So we need to have them look at their books and figure out what the numbers are and come up with a number that makes sense, because that money's going to be allotted for and required on our end to underwrite this. So he has to be confident with it. So we'll probably err it in his favor a bit, so he's comfortable with it, and then be able to work forward on it without a big surprise in terms of the numbers.
Right. Okay.
Mayor,
yes.
When we were writing the staff report, Kathleen Otto was contacted, and all the details, the specific details of his contract, they're waiting to see if they were going to be given the permits, and then between the two entities, they would be working out the details of how everything would work.
Can you be privy to that contract after it's done? For fun? Can I?
In terms of
The contract that you work out with the rental company?
I think we could share that.
I mean, that's a contract between two private parties. If they were to share it with us, that would become a public document, so
You'd
there
have
may
to
be
ask
some
Buddy.
concerns.
Oh, public. It would just be, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah. So that's, if there aren't any more questions, I don't know when you do your vote or whatever. We have a 7:30 vote. If we can get it before that, that'd be great.
I understand.
We're here for
Yes, I totally get that. Do you want questions or comments? Okay, do we want to pull that item up for a vote? Okay.
I need to abstain from item number 7 on consent calendar for financial consideration.
You putting air conditioners in those? Okay.
Are you guys going to pull that item forward?
Yes, I'd like to pull consent item number 7, put it up for a vote for the council. So if you just want to
I'll
step up
abstain.
for a second. Not going to take long, I'm sure. Does the community have any questions? Okay. All right. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve item number 7 on the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Call for the vote.
3 ayes, 1 abstention. Councilmember Cassidy.
There you go, Mike and Mac.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh. All righty. Are there any announcements or written communications?
I have 4 letters of written communication. One is on, item number 9, which will be read into the record at that time, which is on the residential inspection program. I have 2 letters for item number 11, which council received via email. And I have 1 letter of record, which I will read right now. This is from Paula Patterson. To the Avalon City Council. I was unable to attend the City Council meeting of September 3rd, but I did watch it in its entirety and have been following several important issues that came up at that meeting. I have several comments and questions, and I'm hoping that this can be entered as public record and read at the September 17th, as I do not believe I am the only Avalon resident with concerns regarding these topics. As you are aware, and was confirmed by the presentation made by the Finance Director, Matthew Baker, the City of Avalon has an unusual relationship with our Chamber of Commerce Visitor Center. As a tourist-based economy, I understand the need to support this entity, but personally, I think relative to the general fund, it is out of proportion. The Council has held a couple of meetings to discuss ways to generate income and cut expenses to augment the general fund. We have a plethora of infrastructure needs the city is responsible for, from the landfill to the sewage treatment plant and ongoing maintenance. Sometimes good belt tightening happens in increments, which quickly add up to represent a considerable sum. Asking the Chamber to give up approximately 8% of their $1.2 million budget does not seem unreasonable or excessive. It seems many private entities rely on the City of Avalon for what is not ordinarily city business. I also support Mayor Marshall's recommendation for selling recreational marijuana to the island and having the tax money help to augment city coffers. It could be a valuable source of revenue we are missing. I am anxious to hear the proposals and how that could happen. Lastly, I still do not understand how the council is going to leave the number of council members at 4 until the election in March. I understand the prohibitive cost of a special election in November, but I do not understand why Councilmember Albert's seat could not have been left open until March, if it is possible for Councilmember Hernandez's resignation to perpetrate this action. If there is a difference pertaining to death versus resignation, that would be helpful to the electorate to understand. Nonetheless, I do not believe that 4 persons on the council can fairly represent a constituency. Thank you for your consideration. Respectfully, Paula Patterson, and that was September 13th of 2019.
Thank you. Any announcements?
I have none.
No? Department head reports? Do we have any department heads out there today? Oh, that's right. I forgot we changed it.
Good evening, Council. Captain John Hawking, Avalon Sheriff Station. I have 2 quick things. The first one is yesterday the deputies responded to a fight at the school. It was 2 female juveniles that had got into a fight. One of the juveniles suffered serious injuries, and she was airlifted to a hospital on the mainland. The deputies immediately started an investigation. They obtained some surveillance video. They identified some witnesses. And today, the juvenile, the suspect, was arrested. And juvenile law says that we have to issue her a citation, and she was released to her parents. She'll have a court date in the near future. Another thing I wanted to bring up was on September 11th, the Rotary Club of Avalon, they held a dinner for first responders. There was the Sheriff's Department, Avalon City Fire, County Fire, Baywatch, and we really appreciate their recognition of all the first responders, especially on a day like September 11th. It was very nice, and we really appreciate that.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions for me?
No, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, this is department head reports.
Can
You're
I-
going to ask the...
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So that little girl that was assaulted yesterday was an employee of mine's daughter. And there were two kids that partaked in this assault. And I am wondering why the other person that was at the scene videotaping the whole assault is still in school. Why hasn't she been suspended? Why hasn't action been taken? The city council really needs to address the bullying at school, because this child was at school showing the video again today and laughing as a child is in the hospital over on the mainland. This is unacceptable. There's no consequences. And something has to happen. The city needs to step into the school because there's constant bullying. My son's golf cart got turned over when he was in 10th grade, and I called and they said, it's junior, senior, that's what they do. Junior, senior? They destroy people's property? And my son wasn't even a junior at the time. We did toilet papering. I mean, we never destroyed people's property. Something needs to be done. I mean, does the news need to be called? The school needs to take responsibility for our children before somebody gets really hurt.
Thank you. Just real quick, and I was wondering, yeah, Captain, on that, do you because of, you don't need to respond in public, but do you want to maybe have a discussion with Yoli to find out
Sure, no
that
problem.
as well?
Yeah, no problem
Okay.
at all. And if anybody has any video, any additional information, contact me personally, because we're doing a thorough investigation. We're making sure that everything is done 100% by the book, and then we'll be presenting the case to the district attorney. And if there's other people involved that we don't know about, I need to know about it, because everybody is going to be held liable for this assault.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I was asked just to report out on what's going on with the census. Seems kind of, we have been working with the census over officials on the mainland, and I just wanted to let you know that Avalon has signed up to have a kiosk here at City Hall. So there will be a manned kiosk here at City Hall so people can come fill out their census online. You'll be able to do your census online, or you can do it by phone. And we will also have Spanish-speaking assistants to help people if they need assistance filling out their census. So I just wanted to let you know that we'll be having a kiosk here at City Hall when the census is occurring.
Excellent.
Any questions?
And there was a discussion that, just a little thing, that if we can have volunteers locally to do this in English, to really make it work, because the census takers are coming from the mainland. Oh, no, it's all going to be online. They're not bringing people over now? Is that what you told me?
It's my understanding they're going to have some people from
They will have some people from Avalon doing the census. Okay, great.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Mike Palmer, Assistant City Manager. I just wanted to give a quick update. Recently, there was a comment period for the ongoing RHNA methodology, and RHNA stands for Regional Housing Needs Assessment. And SCAG right now is looking at trying to come up with some different methodology to allocate different numbers to the community. So they come up with regional ones, and then those numbers then get funneled down to the cities as a proportional share. So the city recently submitted a comment letter on last Friday. SCAG's going to be doing a follow-up workshop on that methodology, and basically what we were sending a letter in was the comment on the fact that two of the methodologies, while they allow for local input, they don't necessarily reflect some of the unique characteristics that this community faces, one of which is the lack of developable land, water allocations, and some of those other things. So while we're committed to providing affordable housing, we want to make sure that those numbers are realistic and that we have an opportunity to continue to move forward in a manner that's consistent with our community needs. So that got in, and staff will be continuing to follow up on that, and then we'll be attending that workshop on the 23rd.
Great, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Palmer? No, we're good, thank you. Does anybody have any questions of any other department heads? Okay. All right, that does kind of work, doesn't it? Alrighty. City manager report?
Yes, I have a few things to report tonight. Last Friday, Michael Palmer and myself, we went to beautiful Paris, California to visit the state-of-the-art anaerobic digesting facility that belongs to CR&R, and it was just phenomenal. We're very excited about it. Our next steps are to debrief with CR&R and to think of creative ways to finance it, find out what the costs are going to be for us, as well as grant opportunities. I believe the facility, they said what they have 8 huge anaerobic digesters. You wouldn't even know you're on a landfill, and I think it was $50 million, and they got a lot of grant monies from the AQMD to Cal Recycle, and some from the CPUC. And then we'll be coming forward with council to see how they would like to go forward with that. It was very exciting. And CR&R also has appointed a new landfill manager. His first name is Andrew, and for the life of me, I can't remember his second name. He will be coming in within the next 2 meetings to be introduced to the council and the public, and also he has some changes that he's going to be unrolling out there to make it more efficient, and a lot of the complaints that council's been receiving, he's going to be addressing. Great. And then we also...
I'm sorry, can I just ask a quick question? Is this replacing Jay Fowler?
Yes, Jay Fowler is gone.
Okay.
We did submit a letter to Senator Ben Allen's office in support of SB 1387 as directed by the mayor, and that was asking for modifying the fishing license so it goes from a calendar year to 365 days from the time you purchase it. Members of city staff, there was a few of us that attended an Edison meeting regarding emergency public safety power shutoffs, and they'll be coming to council within the next couple of council meetings also to report out to council and give you a presentation on how that unfolds. And also at the same time, the current level at the Thompson Reservoir as of yesterday is still registering full, so that's really good.
That is just unreal, because we got the water usage thing and it was 35 acre feet or something, and that sucker still doesn't go down. It makes no sense. After the that's amazing. Yes, thank you.
And then I should have added, when Amanda was up here talking about the census, that Audra McDonald had gone over town to a CDBG meeting that she attends monthly, and there was an update on census and steps that local municipalities are taking to make to get the accurate counts. And the city will be petitioning to become a hard-to-count city so we can have more people locally.
Great. And do we have anything from a city attorney today?
Not this evening.
Not yet.
Not
Okay.
yet.
Council member report.
I don't have anything tonight.
Last week I attended the Contract Cities Board meeting in Marina Del Rey at the county fire department station there with the boats and things. And the chief was there, and I did ask him because they did a demonstration of the super scoopers. I said, if we needed them over here, would they come over here? I said, yeah, they come over here.
Awesome.
So, but still be fire safe.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a couple items. One, I attended the Gateway Cities Council of Government meeting on September 4th, and most notable discussion was the RENA discussion, which, and the allocation of funds, which Assistant City Manager Parmer has already spoken about. Also, I'm not sure the specifics of reporting out, but as second vice president for the COG, a newly appointed position, both the city manager and myself will be attending fairly regular meetings via probably teleconferencing, and I'm not sure that we actually need to report out on the specifics of those meetings, but just want to put that out there. And also, question for the city manager, could we please reach out to Edison and ask for them to re-engage with the city council and see if we could invite them to a council meeting a month to come and talk about progress that they're making, different.
You want monthly reports again, or every few months?
It would be nice to have. It would be nice to reach out again and invite Edison to at least a meeting a month and see if we can
rekindle those relationships.
Re-engage with them.
Yeah, they don't need to be rekindled. They just haven't been happening at all. I mean,
we do get our monthly desal reports, and we do get an update here or there. But even though the reservoir is full, I don't want to, generally speaking, or historically speaking, what's happened is the reservoir is full, nobody talks about water, then we go into rationing, everybody starts talking about water, we start saying, well, didn't we just do this 10 years ago, didn't we do this 15 years ago? So I'm just suggesting that we not wait until we start going back into a drought, but if we could continuously have water-related and Edison conversations.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. And lastly, I will likely get in lots of trouble for this, but on a personal note, in 14 years of public service for the city of Avalon, it is the first time tonight that my parents are here to join and visit me. So I just wanted to say thank you for being here tonight.
Okay, and you got to point them out in the room.
Nope.
I know better. Welcome.
But I'm very proud that you are here with me tonight. Thank you.
And you'll be proud of your daughter. She's very wonderful. We love her. And she's very smart, too. Who'd she get the brains from, mom or dad? It points to mom. Smart move. Okay, that was nice. Thank you. Okay. I just want to thank the fire department for putting together the stair climb on 9/11. Cindy and I went. Cindy had a bad leg, and she still did it twice. I was very proud of her. I only did it once. So, and I also wanted a shout out to the hospital. I got to visit our ER room on last Thursday, and Dr. Davis there was fantastic. I felt right at home. Anyway, it was a good experience, and thank you very much, Dr. Davis and staff. Okay. Oral communications. This is an opportunity for people in the community to speak on items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 3 minutes and no action will be taken.
Hello. I am here to give a status report on the medical cannabis delivery business. CJMH Group, Inc. Does business as Catalina Connect, was designated as the local medical cannabis delivery service business licensee on December 18th. On July 24th of this year, Catalina Connect was issued their provisional state license from the Bureau of Cannabis Control, also known as the BCC. Once the BCC issued the Type 9 retail non-storefront license, Catalina Connect obtained its City of Avalon business license on August 9th. Catalina Connect is working with licensed distributors to transport products to Catalina Island. At this time, we have multiple options to safely and securely transport cannabis products to the licensed premise in Avalon. Since we are the only location in California that requires a vessel instead of a vehicle for transport of cannabis, we are waiting on clarification from the BCC before we proceed with any of our transportation options. We want to ensure that we are operating and complying with all the applicable laws. Catalina Connect will not start operations until all aspects are clarified and will not jeopardize the integrity of the medical program that the City of Avalon has put in place. Catalina Connect, along with others, is working diligently to fulfill the need for medical cannabis on Catalina Island. We want to do this the right way and will open as soon as legally possible. Thanks for your patience as we work to get Catalina Connect open for business soon. And then on a separate note, I hope I can be here for the entirety of number 8, but I do have to catch that last boat off the island too.
Okay,
So,
thank you, Carl.
It's very unusual for me to have to dip out of a meeting.
I know, thank you. And I did send a letter out to the BCC asking them for the clarification that they needed to try to hurry that up, because we have medical patients that are in need of their medicine and they have no other way of getting it other than going over town or buying it illegally or illicitly. So
we have people we got like 5 or 6 different letters out. We haven't gotten a single response from any of them. The reason I'm actually going on this last boat is because I'm making my 3rd appearance at the BCC office, and I'm driving up tonight to actually be there tomorrow and get these answers.
Okay,
because
great.
they're just, it's falling on deaf ears right now.
okay, well, be safe. Okay. And here's
Good evening, everybody. Paul Birchall, Avalon Library. Pleased to be with you again. I have big news. The library is going to be reopening. The big library will reopen on Monday, November 4th.
Wow.
With a big event. All a lot of big county folks will come over, and we're going to snip a ribbon. I'm going to get my first actual walk through of the facilities so far next week. I'm very excited about that. There are going to be some people coming from over town, and they're going to show me about. It's going to be wonderful. Once we're open, I'm going to have a bunch of open houses, though frankly every day at the library is open house, so I don't know. But we'll have some open houses, guided tours. I'm hoping to get contact with the school, maybe get class visits, stuff like that. Very excited. That's so I can officially say November 4th, Monday, we'll have a big fat library again, and I'm very excited. Other events, we're still continuing our ukuleles on Monday, is that right? Monday and Wednesdays. Monday in the bank building, and I think Wednesday's still at People's Park, or is it still? Okay, 4 o'clock. Other events, tomorrow we have our Hispanic Heritage Month activity. This is Hispanic Heritage Month. We're going to be making yarn art. Poor Suzanne has spent all day gluing yarn onto pieces of paper today. I feel for her, but it's going to be a beautiful event tomorrow. Thursday, I've got storytellers coming. Barbara Wong, she's going to do stories of the world. Friday, we have our parent-child workshop, the first one. And then Saturday, I'm going to be doing some sun catchers with beads and glue. So just fun stuff coming up. October, I'm going to have to rearrange the schedule a bit, obviously. There may be a little bit of time at the very end of October, possibly Halloween week, where we might have no library service available.
Right.
Because I'm going to close down the small place, move everything to the big place. But we'll try and impact the town as little as possible. Other than that, I'm very excited to be able to share the news that our library is coming back. So thank you very much.
We're happy to hear it as well. Thank you.
Hi. Debbie Wright, 210 Descanso. I'm here representing the 41 homeowners and full-time tenants on Lord Descanso that signed the petition we previously presented to the City Council. We'd like to thank the City Council for the time you have invested in trying to help solve the parking situation on Lord Descanso by reading our petition, listening to us on the August 9th meeting, and for reading the statements from those who could not attend. The majority of the homeowners on Lord Descanso have owned their homes for over 20 years, with 20 of them owning them for 45 to 100 years. After looking back at the 2-hour video of the August 9th meeting and listening to the comments from the City Council members, we, the homeowners and full-time tenants on Lord Descanso, do not feel your proposed 2-hour parking this evening on the north side of the street is a solution for our lack of homeowner and full-time tenant parking. Because Lord Descanso is a residential street, we are now requesting permit parking only for the homeowners and full.
I hate to interrupt you.
Yes.
Because it is on the agenda.
Okay.
You will address it at that time.
Oh, I thought that was Vaughn's parking.
I think it's more than Vaughn's parking.
This item is part of that number.
That parking.
So start over later?
So start over.
Well, let's start where you left off, because
Okay.
we were listening intently. I know
Okay,
that.
no problem.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Debbie. Hi. This is a new face.
I want to respectfully request that you do something about the stairs on Step Beach. They're very, very slippery. And I went swimming today and I almost fell. If I wouldn't have held on, I could have really hurt myself. And they've been bad for quite a while. So if you could have somebody take care of that, that would be great. And my other request is that Upper Tremont, since it rained, there's dirt that came down on the road and it has not been taken care of. And I would like for you to see if you could get them to remove the dirt from the road.
Right. And I did mention it, I don't know how far up the chain it went, but I did mention that after we talked about that cactus that's growing in the road, there weren't a lot of, the upper echelon weren't here, but so I did talk to one of the employees that was going to pass it on, so hopefully.
So it's cactus on Upper Tremont?
Upper Tremont. As you go around, like before you hit the first casita there, the big one, it's growing in the road, definitely.
And it's been there since
the rains, yes.
I've a couple of times requested that the street would be cleaned, not just there, but the whole street up there needs to be.
Not to put anybody on the spot, but I believe that was already on the docket for last week or this week, and one of the employees who is the excavator. I'm probably not the right person to.
I can answer that.
Sorry.
The reason why that hasn't been picked up is because our flatbed truck hasn't worked for quite some time. We were waiting for our dump truck to arrive, which arrived a couple weeks ago, and then Jeffrey was out last. Jeffrey's the only one qualified to drive the truck. Jeffrey's back this week, so we'll try to get after that dirt pile this week.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And like I said, and the other thing I heard is that the person that usually takes care of the steps on Step Beach is hurt, and I understand he's under contract to do that, but even if he's under contract and he can't do it, then he needs to find somebody who can take care of it, because you could have a lawsuit if somebody got hurt.
Okay, and you have JJ, the harbor master, right behind you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Trudy.
I'm here to answer about the stairs.
Yes.
Yeah, I got an email today from Charlie Canby and about the Dive Park stairs, because they're going to have a race either this weekend or next weekend. I can't remember, but we are going to get Phil and the Harbor Warehouse crew, along with Public Works, the pressure washer, and we are going to hit the North Beach stairs tomorrow, early, about 5 o'clock, and the stairs out at the Dive Park. The only downside of that is that we usually do that on low tides, minus tides, and this whole week we don't have any minus tides, other than it's just a low tide. So we will get it done as much as we can, and then next week or the week after, I think we get into the minus tides again, and we plan on doing that. And I think Billy is due to come back, but if not, we will make sure that he's on it. We're on it.
Thank you, Harbor Master. Okay, anybody else? Okay, let's go to the consent calendar.
We have 6 remaining items on the consent calendar. The first one is actions from September 3rd, 2019 regular city council meeting. The second one is disbursements for August 24th through September 6th, totaling $1,336,935.29. Number 3 is to adopt a resolution approving the salary schedules for fiscal year 2018-2019 through fiscal year 2020 through 2021 in compliance with the California Code of Regulations 570.5 as required by CalPERS. 4 is to authorize the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Davis Farr to audit admissions tax revenues at a not to exceed amount of $2,500 per business being audited. Number 5 is to adopt a resolution approving the annual application for Transit Development Act TDA funds for fiscal year 2020, and that's something you do annually. Number 6 is to authorize a 45-day extension to the agreement made between Montrose Water and Sustainability Services Incorporated and the City of Avalon with no increase in the overall contract amount.
I just have a question on item 4. Did anybody want to pull 4? If you didn't, I just have one question. So if you're auditing a little guy, it might not cost us $2,500. Is that correct?
That's correct. It depends on the business that's selected and the amount of work involved. It's just a not to exceed amount.
Okay. And then, is there a start date we're anticipating?
I would imagine that they would start sometime in late October, November, but probably wouldn't get out to the businesses till it might even be around the holidays. So it's a moving target, but it probably won't be till later fall. So November.
Okay.
And there's no way we could do this in-house?
No. Not and do it so that it would, remember what Pam said? She was even like, no, I understand things have gotten so complicated, we probably should go out on this, and because to just sit
And Cindy, just to, as you received an email when Matt was updating you on some financial stuff, we know we received in excess of $180,000 in recouped things from our TOT audit, so
I mean,
it was well worth it.
I mean, ideally, the audits have the potential to pay for themselves, and staff time that would go to the audits would be taken away from other projects we're working on in finance.
And when they do an audit, it is for a year?
So under the Muni Code, we have the ability to go back 2 years. So we'll be going back 2 years most likely for the audit.
And a year's worth, not a 2-month window, or do they just spot check times?
It would depend on the procedures the auditors ultimately decide. Likely they would be looking at select months, and depending on the findings, they would expand their scope. But again, I would defer to the auditors for what they feel is appropriate.
And you know what? And I really hope that I can chat with them before they get started.
Won't be a problem.
Because
we can make that happen.
Okay. I don't want to be on an audit committee, but okay. Thank you. Okay.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve items number 1 through 6 on the consent calendar.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Comments? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Next item is item 8. This is in general business. It's a discussion of potential cannabis taxes and expansion of the existing ordinance to allow for the adult use delivery. Devin Thompson is in the audience and at the podium to address this and answer any of your questions.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This item appears on the agenda at the request of a member of the City Council. To start, I wanted to quickly note that there's 2 items of discussion here that are pretty much completely separate, so the council doesn't need to consider both items, one to establish a tax and then this a second to expand our existing commercial cannabis ordinance to include recreational cannabis use. You don't have to think of them together, think of them separately. The first aspect of the staff report discusses if council would like to add a measure to our 2020 ballot to allow our voters to determine if commercial cannabis businesses should be taxed in the city of Avalon. This item was discussed very briefly at our September 3rd revenue generating study session, but the concept was actually first introduced in our December 18th 2018 regular city council meeting. It was the same meeting that Carl Johnson received the intent to become, or the permit to become our first commercial cannabis business in the city of Avalon. At that time, we determined that it was best to table the item until the city had a better understanding of how commercial cannabis business would take place in the city of Avalon and what projected revenues we could determine. Unfortunately, as Carl explained just a moment ago, we still have yet to have any commercial cannabis business take place in the city of Avalon. So at this time, we still don't have any numbers for the city council to consider. We can tell you, though, that commercial cannabis, or that the state of California is the largest legal commercial cannabis state area in the entire world, that this year's projections, commercial cannabis account for $3.2 billion in revenue, and there's some financial analysts that think that number could grow to as much as $7.2 billion by 2024. So as I mentioned, the first item for the City Council to consider is if they would like to put on the 2020 ballot a measure to tax commercial cannabis. Included in the agenda packet is an assessment of tax rates for cannabis in California cities and counties. There's about 60 cities and counties listed, and 39 of them have some type of cannabis business tax that's applicable to medical cannabis businesses. On the second page of the staff report, I give you guys just a brief sampling of what some of those look like. Does anyone have any questions so far? Just keep going.
And you're just using the word medical right now, aren't you?
Yes, this is medical.
Okay.
If the city council chose to, so if the city council would like a measure to appear on the 2020 ballot, you could frame your wording in a number of ways. The city council could add a measure that's just a gross receipts measure for all commercial cannabis sales. So that would encompass our medical, and if ever further down the line the ordinance was expanded to include adult use or recreational cannabis use, that tax would automatically be applied to a recreational or adult use sales as well. The other way the city council may choose to, if they choose to put a measure on the ballot, is to establish a range. Many cities, including Long Beach, and I provided a detailed example for the city of Campbell, California, establish ranges. So a minimum tax, so Long Beach for medical sales only has a 6 to 8% tax range. So the council has the authority at any time by resolution to modify their ordinance, because they were given the ability to do so by the voter, to up and down, depending on what they believe is best for the market and the city. The city of Campbell, you can see in 2017, established a range for 7 to 15%. That can be on, again, gross receipts, so for all commercial cannabis sales, or if the city council would like to establish a range for medical versus adult use or recreational sales, they could do that as well. And then I provided a more detailed example of what that wording could look like at the end of the staff report.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right.
Carl, before you step up, of course, you know, I'm the one who's kind of trying to push this forward to get it on the ballot, and in the words, not in the exact words of Cindy McGugan Cassidy, but let the party begin. No, that's not what it is. I believe that this is one of those items that the public needs to decide. I don't think we should sit here and say yay or nay. I believe that just like with the council seat, I think the voters should be able to decide, and I would like to encourage the council to allow an ordinance to go before the people. I also want to make one other statement, and Devin, you did an excellent job. You put together a lot of good stuff. You really did. But when we, and after talking to you and then kind of rethinking things, when we talked about medical, we talked about not putting a tax on that because that would be more of a deterrent. So I would like to suggest that if we do an ordinance, it not include medical. It can include a range for the adult use, but I think that would be going against something that we said initially if we tried to put a tax on the medical.
So at that moment, then I might defer to Elizabeth, because at this moment we don't have any other cannabis sales that are legal in the city of Avalon. So it would kind of be an if-then kind of measure that would go on the ballot, and I'm not sure if that would be confusing to the voter. But I think what you just said is you actually want the ordinance item to go before the voter?
No, but we have to do an ordinance, right, at some point.
Yeah,
so when we do the ordinance, I would like us to think about not putting the tax, not putting medical in that ordinance at all, just keeping it recreational and the tax on the recreational.
So the ordinance as it exists now is only to allow a commercial cannabis business medical delivery. Right. So if the city council ever chooses to expand that ordinance, you guys are welcome to do so without approval of the voter. You would just expand the ordinance to include adult use. You could decide dispensary, no dispensary, delivery, not delivery, but that would be 100% within the city council's jurisdiction.
So I was I was kind of jumping the gun, but then you said to discuss potential expansion of the medical service and other cannabis businesses. And again, when we talked about that a little bit, it's like, I really don't want to confuse it with that at this point. I think we want to keep it simple as, do we want to put it on the ballot? Plain and simple.
But what are you talking about? Which do you want to put on the ballot, Annie?
Adult
The
use.
Adult use only?
Right, because we already have medical on there.
Okay. So you want the voters to determine if we're going to allow adult recreational use in City of Avalon? Do you also want a separate one then of the tax that you might want to charge on recreational?
No, didn't you say we could make up the tax by ordinance?
No. The tax is by vote. The only thing by ordinance is you expand the ordinance, so it just flip-flopped.
Yeah, see, I'm getting confused myself. Okay, so put the tax on.
Because you know how we had many meetings about whether we were going to allow the medical delivery, and so that was strictly ordinance. So you can have
so we just
an ordinance change by adding the adult use.
I'm sorry. So yes.
And then where the confusion I think also exists is I don't know if we can apply a tax to a hypothetical ordinance, because at this moment there is no expansion of our current cannabis ordinance. It's limited to medical only. So
the recommended process would be to make that decision on the adult use first before you put a tax on for adult uses. Because you would be trying to attack something that doesn't exist.
Okay, my concern is that we have until October 23rd.
Absolutely.
To get something on the ballot. No, Carl, if you'd like to speak.
Yeah, Mike, I just have a question. When you guys reached out to these cities about the taxes, did any of them mention at all the reduction in tax, or them possibly putting a ballot measure to reduce the tax? Because specifically Santa Ana and Long Beach are both in discussion. Long Beach is going to put on their tax ballot a quarter of 0.5%, and then Santa Ana is going to reduce it down to like 1%, because that gross receipt tax is not working for them. So like the only one on this list that I reached out to that said that they weren't considering reducing their tax was Los Angeles, because they are the biggest market, and so they don't really care.
Santa Barbara is actually in the same boat. Santa Barbara has the largest gross receipts tax. It's 20%, and they think the cost prohibitiveness is what they would like for their city. Some cities are in flux. The most recent update I have was after this most recent election cycle. We won't know until 2020 what changes within each city. Okay. But some cities have much broader ranges. That's specifically why I used the city of Campbell as an example within the staff report, because it gave the council members such a wide flexibility that tax is a minimum 7%, a maximum of 15%. So the city council there has 8 percentage points approved by their voters to modify their tax as it works for their economy.
The only other thing I wanted to add was in cannabis research in the California industry, they've found a good medium that works is like a 3 to 5% tax on adult use. And then to clarify, when I originally brought this up, I was bringing it up as you guys revising your ordinance and then putting the ballot measure. Keep in mind, I would have to have a resolution from you guys to even go to the state and get a license for adult use. You guys could hold that resolution until the tax measure passes, and then I still have to jump through all those hoops with the BCC for probably 6 months to a year before adult use is even a reality. So it's still going to take time, even if we put it on the ballot this October. I just want to make that clear.
Right.
It's not like something that's going to happen overnight.
So if we put it on the ballot just for the tax, then
change the ordinance first.
Okay,
but you can make the decision to put the ballot measure on, because that's not going to happen until 2020, and between now and then you can adopt your ordinance.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So we need.
I'm just saying, my point before was it's unusual to create a tax on something that is not legal to do in your city. So that's the only holdup. You don't want to tax an activity that can't actually happen. So you want, but you can.
But again, to meet that October 23rd deadline, we really need to decide quickly because we have to be able to write that up. And,
Right, but you can certainly make the decision to ask the voters about it, and then, over the next month or two, resolve the issue of the ordinance.
Right, okay.
Could that be tied together? Both of them, the tax and it at the same vote, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, your ordinance takes 2 readings and those sorts of things, but yes.
But as a ballot measure, they could be tied together, so there weren't 2 separate ones.
Right. So the tax only goes into effect provided
If
that
it's-
the activity is legal.
It passes, yeah.
And provided then that what we decide to do with it, but we'll decide that, I'm sure, before March 3rd.
Right. That's my only point, is you don't want to
Yeah.
just have a tax on the ballot in March for an activity that you can't actually do.
So, so even if there's nothing to make a motion on other than some more direction? So I would like to make the direction and then see if they approve that we put adult use only, and we have to put the tax rate, and I would say between 1% and 7%. So if anytime we wanted to go down, we could, but anytime we wanted to go up, we could, but not go crazy like some of those cities are doing now and then changing their mind later. So.
I'd like to hear a little more from the audience if anybody wants to speak on the subject before we do anything.
Okay.
John Party, 352 Descanso.
And talking to the mic, please, John.
John Party, 352 Descanso. I've just been listening and kind of paying attention to what everybody's going through, and I see that I don't think we have enough information to actually make any decisions, especially today. Things are changing in the industry. A lot of people are getting involved where it's starting to change the minds of people and the mindsets of people. But the reality is that maybe a little more information to go forward with as far as the taxes and these other things are concerned. I believe that is something you can address, but I think you need a little more information. And I do have information that I can submit to the City Council if they would like that. It has a lot to do with the cannabis industry, the hemp industry, what's really going on as far as real numbers. And it's quite an extensive piece of paperwork. It's a P&L for a company on the mainland called Bud Buddy. And they've done a lot of the research per certain cities. And so I know that Carl is facing a few things right now, and he's trying to get those things situated. But what he's facing and the decision that we're trying to make here is if we're going to tax the recreational marijuana, of course we're going to tax it, but how is that going to affect like his position and getting his licensing for a walk-in brick and mortar? And so I don't know if the City Council can hold off on making a decision exactly until perhaps I give them a little bit more information, because I can give you I wasn't expecting to stand up here and bring this up, but I think that I have what you need in respect of an overall picture of the cannabis industry, state by state numbers, county numbers, city numbers, and it's legitimate and it is as of 2019 current. And it's an extensive piece of paper, 40, 50 pages of current information, but it's also citing where it's come from and the legitimacy of it. And so I don't know if that would help if you had a little bit more information on the current state of the industry. Things are changing as we speak, and we do, if you think you're going to go forward with it, there's a lot of things that concern me as where are we going to allow these people to partake in it.
Right.
And if we can put a lounge together where they can partake it there, there's a lot of cafes, there's a lot of businesses in LA and Los Angeles that are doing that and allowing people to partake there. How is it going to affect a lot of the people in town that they're against it, they don't want it? Would they actually vote in favor of, because we need the revenue tax, and there's millions of dollars in revenue tax available to us, but then there are also, a lot of the Islander folks aren't going to walk into that store only because of the threat of the position with their employers. Right. And I know I'm out of time, but as well as anyways, I'm sorry, I'll quit here, but.
No, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I think that kind of information, first, because if we're not going to put the tax on, there's not going to be any further discussion about any other adult use, because the tax has to really, looks like we're going to needs to look like we're going to go forward. But Devin is kind of our cannabis queen for now.
Okay.
And as the public comes forth and as everybody wants to be educated, that's going to be the information. But again, if we don't put it on the ballot, we're not going to be able to address this again until 2022.
Well, I think we should put it on the ballot, but I don't think that we should make a decision today on how to strategically place the taxes or what the tax amount is going to be. Don't put any constraints on ourselves on that decision, because there's a lot of things that we don't know, but I can bring that education to us as a community, and definitely help in the cause and definitely push us in the right direction with the education and with how it can be handled and how we can keep it out of the kids and how we can keep it out of...
and that's, I know, and that's all to come. But again, if we don't have a tax amount on there, we can't just put something on that says that...
March, November.
Oh, okay.
So we've got time, but do we have to make that decision today that we're going to do it, or can we wait till...
Well, we have to put it on the ballot.
Has to be today, or can it be...
For March. Can
next
it
Tuesday?
be in 2 weeks? But I don't know...
So what we would need today is some direction from you so that we could bring back the appropriate language for you to actually take action on to place something on the ballot by October 24th.
Because it would have to go, it would be introduced and have 2 readings. So it'd be introduced and have its first reading, and then the second meeting in October would have its second?
Separate items. So there's really 3 questions before you. The first one is, do you want a ballot measure for tax of recreational adult use?
Okay, well, let's answer that question. I do. Anybody else?
So, I'm sorry, a ballot measure for recreational?
For adult use.
To tax.
To tax adult use.
Adult use. Recreational use of cannabis.
Okay.
And I think the mayor's suggesting a gross receipts tax of 1% to 7% is what I think I heard you
Okay,
say.
but before you can answer that question, we'd have to answer the question of whether or not we even want adult use.
So again, there's 3 questions.
Recreational use.
There's your ballot
Okay.
measure question on adult use. There is a ballot measure question on, do you want to tax medical?
No.
Gross receipts.
No.
And I wouldn't
and
limit
if
us to
so-
that 7...
I'm
sorry.
1 second, sir. And if so, do you want a range? How do you want to handle that? And then the third question is, do you want to direct staff to bring back an ordinance to expand our current ordinance to address adult use?
Okay. Well, let's listen to some other people from the community. Anybody else want to speak?
I said those in reverse order.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I think I got them all.
Hello, Rhonda.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I just wanted to say a few things here. You know, I hear the heart of the money before us, and you know that we've been for 6 years. We've had marijuana that's been legalized, and from those 6 years, now there's statistics that are showing about really what is happening to the different states that have legalized marijuana. And at the cost of what, am I asking? I know that from the evidence that's been given out, we've had from those states only that were the first forerunners, we have a higher rate of marijuana-related driving fatalities, more marijuana-related emergency department visits, hospitalizations, and accidental exposure, expansion of a lucrative criminal market, increases in marijuana-related crimes and juvenile offenses, increase in workplace problems, including labor shortages and accidents. You know, we have right down the street a school that we are trying to support in our community. 550 students is what we have now. I believe every single one of those students and every parent on this island, as you've put, I can hear what we're saying. This was up before us before. We'll all go to a different place because we're being led by a monetary symbol. I feel, with Catalina Choices, we support that a drug-free community, of course, and putting a tax on something that can harm our whole community. It's not like Santa Ana. We are 1 square mile here. We already have a higher risk of use in this area that we've taken. When we took a statistic years ago, we were 4 times higher than other recreation or 4 times higher than other places that were, like us, as far as recreation. So we have a higher risk at what's going on here with our community, with our adolescents. Our whole philosophy with the marijuana, what's going on, is back with Cheech and Chong. They're thinking that it's the same. The marijuana today is not the same. The higher potency that it has is affecting huge amounts of people. Mental health things they're just now starting to show up. And so I just want to encourage everybody here, it's not just the 550 kids, it's our community. We already suffer from workplace problems and shortages of people here that can carry out our needs to work in our community. I just see this adding another part to it. And I wish that we could really consider what we're thinking of. I know that we postponed it before as far as, not having adult recreational marijuana. But when this door is open, it will change everything. And right now, there's not a shortage of marijuana in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Hi, Yolanda Montano. Yolanda Say. So I haven't really been abreast to, I know the medical marijuana situation. Does the sheriff have any information on, like, when you deal with and interact with juveniles and high school students, what the average is with alcohol, prescription pills, methamphetamines? Because I do see a lot in the paper with methamphetamines and alcohol, but I'm not, I know juveniles can't be put in the paper. However, do you have any percentage? Because alcohol and methamphetamines and prescription pills are rampant up at the school right now. And I also feel that we do have a drug problem in this community, and with adults and children. However, being a cancer survivor, medical marijuana is very important, and there is medical marijuana in this town that is not used medically. However, it's happening, and it's going to be sold whether it is taxed or not taxed. And a regulation would be better than not being regulated. And we need to focus on the whole picture. Alcohol is legal. Prescription pills are legal, and they're all over our streets.
Thank you.
Yes, I can answer a couple of those questions. The most common drug that we come across in Avalon is methamphetamine. That is definitely the most. We've had calls where students have been at the school and they're drinking alcohol on the school property. And from my experience, the more marijuana that's out there, the more children that are going to use it. And with that being said, in California, it is legal. You're allowed to. So I can tell you my personal opinion on it, but my personal opinion doesn't matter. What matters is the law. And in any city in California, unless they restrict it, and the council can, confirm this, you're allowed to smoke marijuana in your home. You can't smoke it in public. You can't smoke it on the stairs up by Whitley and all that. But you can smoke it in your house, and you can go to a store and you can purchase it. And Avalon's a little bit different, but that's up to the city council. Sheriff's Department will enforce the law. So whether you approve it for recreational use, if they're smoking it out on Front Street, we will give them citations and we will enforce what the law is.
Right.
That's
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else want to comment? Okay. Well, to me, the answer would be at the end if people voted for it or not. And again, I would like to give people the opportunity to vote.
To vote for the tax or to vote for
To vote.
expanding the ordinance to allow recreational use?
For the
We can
tax
give an advisory
first.
vote.
I'm talking about the tax. Because if we don't put the tax on, there's no further discussion about the adult use. Yes.
An option, the staff report outlines a full 1% to 7% range.
Yes.
But an option on a gross receipts kind of tax that would include medical is to bring it down to less than a percentage tax, so a 0.25% tax that would have a negligible effect on the consumer with the ability to increase it later on.
Yeah, again, though, when we talked about medicinal, we were talking about zero, no tax on that, and I don't want to change that at this time.
So if that's the council's position, I think the first question then that you might want to give some thought to is whether or not you want to direct staff to bring back an amendment to your ordinance to allow recreational use, adult activity use.
No, well, we only have until October 23rd on putting something on the ballot, so that has nothing to do with the ordinance. So my concern is time going by and it not being able to be put on the ballot.
I just don't understand how we can put a potential tax on the ballot without having the decision made for what we're taxing.
Well, like if we wanted to talk about adult delivery, you know, would probably be the first step in the way to go is the adult delivery, but maybe not.
But I think that's the conversation that the community needs to be invited to, is whether or not they want to have adult recreational use delivery or storefront.
Okay, but if we don't start it, okay, so let's say we say we're going to put an ordinance by and then, put it on the ballot. And then, so we have that in the next one to review, because now that's the 1st of October. We've only got 2 meetings to go before that, unless we have a special meeting. So in that time, if we say, okay, however, could we go, oh, we changed our mind at some point? Or we just see what the tax does, and in the interim, the problem is we're on a time crunch. That is the biggest problem that we have. And it all came up under income generating because we were all looking ways to generate money and looking for something out of the box. And so anyway, go ahead, Debbie.
I would like to speak to that. I happen to agree with Cindy. I think that it's really confusing, as Devin said, it's really confusing to put something on the ballot about a tax, and then people are going to read into that and think, okay, well, this has already gone through, so we're voting on what the tax is going to be. I think you're putting the cart before the horse. I happen to personally agree with choices. I think once you open that door, it's really hard to close that door. And you don't know what's going to happen to this town. This is unlike anything over on the mainland. We're a very small tourist town. For me personally, I just happen to feel like you have to take one step at a time. You can't go around it. You have to allow the people who live here to vote on whether or not they want it here. And it may not be in the time frame that you want it to be. However, I think that would be the natural course. Let people vote on whether they want it to be here. And then, because if you're to do the opposite of what you're saying, there's no point of voting if you want it or not if the tax doesn't go through. Well, the same could be said the other way around.
Yeah, both ways. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I
so
know what you're
that's
saying,
just my 2 cents.
Okay, it only brought to my attention that we could put this on the ballot in November.
I was just going to say, Mayor, that we have, now that we're aligned with the county, you have an opportunity to put on a November ballot. We have, since the last meeting, I did get notification from the county that they have their cost out for the March election, which I have to say that I haven't gone in yet to calculate what it's going to cost us yet. And then also there is a separate deadline, and I don't have that in front of me, that if you were to pull something off a ballot. So they have a deadline for getting it there.
Right.
But I think there's some date after that also, that if you were to...
Before it goes to the printer?
No, I guess.
Or whatever. Yeah, okay. Yes?
Hello, Council. Hearing this conversation actually is stirring a lot of thoughts in my head. And, I understand putting it before the people and deciding whether we're going to have a dispensary or not have a dispensary. But what goes through my head is, shouldn't the people have an idea as to how many dispensaries? What are the models going to be? Who's going to own them? It's kind of, should there be, should it go first forward with, what is the program? What is the model? Who is going to get the license? And then decide as to whether that is the model that the community wants or doesn't want. But then I throw on top of it, and this would be for the attorney, rather than voting on a tax, could you do a community benefit negotiation agreement with whoever you decided to do the dispensary with? That's all I had to say.
Well, hold on.
Maybe. We could look into it. I mean, you can always enter into a contract with someone. Could we make them pay a fee associated with getting their license? Yeah, like a business license fee. So we could look at that. But a tax itself, which is what we've been discussing, requires a vote.
Okay. But that is that.
But we could look at some
something
sort of contractual relationship. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
I haven't seen it done.
Okay.
But we could look at it.
In what realm have those been done before, do you think, Jason, when you say that?
I'm not the expert.
Oh, I'm not even talking about cannabis, just in the world of community benefit.
Agreements? I've just heard about them and
So we do them a lot.
How different communities have done them rather than going down the tax route. One of the problems, as I look at there are as with every drug, there are pros and cons to every drug, whether it be ibuprofen or acetaminophen or OxyContin or even marijuana. But the thing is that, we threw out the number that there were $3 billion of sales in California. Well, there were that's legal marijuana. There were $9 billion in illegal marijuana sales. And with that, with the $9 billion of illegal marijuana sales, you have no regulation as to what kinds of pesticides, herbicides, what has touched that stuff, and then is coming into our community. Whereas, and the reason why those sales are so high is because the tax structure on the legal cannabis is so high. And so there's a lack of parity of sales. I can guarantee you that if an individual had the choice of buying legal marijuana or cannabis that they knew was free of pesticides and herbicides, that's what they would purchase if it was at the same price as the illegal. It's a guaranteed thing with the legal, and it goes through the system. Mm-hmm. I don't want our community consuming cannabis that has pesticides and herbicides, because we're going to have to deal with the issues down the road at the hospital and the clinic. There's got to be a balance, and I think that we need to look at what is the model of cannabis delivery that we're going to offer to the community, and the community should know what that is before we vote it in.
Right. Okay.
So, and to answer your question, Mayor Marshall, usually where we see a community benefit fee is in a development agreement. So it's a land use entitlement less than a tax issue. So that's the distinction and why I'm hesitating as to whether or not we can do it in this circumstance. We can look at it. But normally when somebody comes to the city and they want an entitlement of some kind, they can enter into a development agreement. It's a statutory agreement. It entitles them to certain things, and for that they pay an additional community benefit. I'm not sure what we'd be giving on this. That's why I'm a little hesitant to say we can definitely do it. We can look at it, but I can't guarantee it.
Okay. Good. Okay.
That's
Thank you, Jason. Judy, did you still want to speak? Okay.
One more thing to say. Normally, how it works on the mainland in most of the dispensaries and delivery services, although it is changing a little bit, is if you go in and you get a recommendation from your doctor, you don't get charged tax for your product. But if you don't have a recommendation and you're just going recreationally, then most people are expecting to pay 15-20% on top of that, just because they don't have a rec. They're from out of state. They're from other places where you don't have a recommendation. So that's one way to look at it as well. And so when we're going to add a tax, some of the wording might be, if you have a recommendation from, a physician, as funky as they may be, it still can make a determination if you're going to be charged tax or not. And so being that you're on Catalina Island and you are going to pick up some recreational marijuana and you don't have a doctor's recommendation, you're going to want to charge them a high tax, because we really got to be careful. The people are spending their money. They don't care. The cruise ship's not going to bring anybody that's going to buy it because they can't take it back to the cruise ship. And so we're going to have to market ourselves. Come to Catalina, get stoned, and buy your weed. Otherwise, people aren't going to do it.
Right.
They're going to see that they can buy it from people walking around on the street. Hey, can I get some weed? Absolutely. I see it all the time. And so there's a lot of marketing and a lot of things that need to be considered before we just jump into it. And so I know that we're pressed to get a tax thing squared out of the way. But you know what? If we just say, if the voters are going to yes or no approve it, we already have this tax set up. And so it's not really re-educating anybody or putting anything, a cart before the horse. We are basically want to make sure that we know that we are going to be able to tax it when the time comes, and then it goes on the ballot. So if it's approved, we all know that the tax has been approved. If it doesn't get approved, then the tax just goes away. It doesn't be used. But there's no sense in putting ourselves behind and not getting at least this part on the ballot if we can just put in the wording, you know, this is just in case we go ahead and approve it, because if we don't have it now, then we're going to have to wait, and then we'll have to wait another term before we can actually do something. So I do recommend we agree on a tax. I think even though the 0.2% or 0.02% is a good number, it's not a good number when you're looking at the people who really want to get high, they want to smoke their weed, they're going to pay it. Anybody that has a RIC doesn't have to pay the tax.
Right, okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm not getting a lot of love from the council here tonight.
I'll go ahead and say a few things. So this is a very tough decision. I mean, I hear what Rhonda's saying. I hear what Jason's saying. You have Debbie and Carl completely split on two different sides of it, if it's good or if it's not good. I talked to at least 50, 60 people in this community in the last 2 weeks about it, and it's the same thing. It's very split on the pros and cons. There's data on both sides, and it's hard to really cipher through what is right and what's not right. There's a lot of different data. There's only 20% of the cities in California that have legalized it over almost 500 municipalities. So it's not like we're, the last one to do it. What Carl said about Santa Ana is true. Their sales are going down, and the legal drug market is actually going up because of the tax on it. There's so many other questions about how we're gonna, who's gonna get the license, where's it gonna be. I've got about 30 things written down here that are really unanswered at this point. And so, but I'm open-minded. I want to, make a good decision for the community, and it's tough. Is there an exercise tax that the city of California puts on it as well? Because we're talking 3 to 5%, but there's a state tax which is 20. So
the state tax is 15%.
15%.
And the excise is?
No, the state tax is
Oh,
the
and then
excise
there's
tax.
sales tax.
And
Then
that's
there's
15%. And then sales tax is only applicable to a small number of the medical sales that will be allowed in the city. But our sales tax would be applicable to all adult use or recreational sales.
Yeah. I think we've got Debbie Avalon or do you want to?
Go ahead, no, I'm more.
Or you can come back.
Don't come back.
No, I was talking to Steve.
I'm out. Hi, Debbie Avalon. Okay, I like to pretend we're talking about something else other than weed. Weed is a hot word. Weed. I'm gonna go smoke a joint and I'll be back. No. So look, if we have the option, I'm kind of a little bit lost, but you can put a sliding scale of a tax between 1 and 7, right? And that's okay. And generally, measures on a ballot are different letters, numbers, la la la. I seem to remember somewhere in my history of voting, should this something happen, there was another measure that said, if that happens, then we want to grab it. Look, we have talked every single, well, I haven't been here, but my second one, but I've watched the discussion. Mostly we're need income stream, okay? And everyone that's shared tonight, when the legal goes up or legal goes down, the illegal or vice versa, it doesn't matter. The weed is present. Take the money. Take the money. If you make, do you think anybody would object to you canceling a tax? I don't think so. But open the door. You know, I mean, it's nice when the money is circling around somewhere, put it in the register. And if you don't want it anymore, no one's going to argue with you. Cataly's going to remove their tax. You know, so like, if we have 2 weeks, and that's, you know, then let's put it on, and then we'll find out. People may vote no, people may vote yes, who knows, right? But at least you make an effort to open the door, because we need the money. There's Colorado went bats their first year on income, and they were bragging about it, right? So what, and also the one point is, this is new. Who knows? I'm not used to it when I go to a hotel and I walk by and everybody's smoking weed, and I go, what the, where's the man? You know, I'm checking my ashtray for a roach. No, you know, it's different now. And it's, how can you gauge it? You know, and while I'm standing here, 10 more people went into business. I don't know how it may all blow up. I don't know. But in the event that there's leftover money, let's take it.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you have some other things you wanted to add, Steve?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Anybody else wants to talk?
Well, I have no objection to putting something out for the voters, the tax out to the voters, but I think the conversation needs to still happen that includes, that is a clear discussion that's put out to the community that this is what we're going to discuss, whether we're going to allow recreational use in the community. So I feel the pressure from you very strongly that we're under a deadline to put something on a ballot measure. And I'm not saying that that's a good or a bad pressure. I feel your pressure. And if I guess we belabored through this for the medicinal use, and we're where we are for medicinal use, that's fine. But the recreational use was a lot of the conversation that was a struggle with, you know, like Steve's saying, it's like a 50-50 in the community that I believe that needs to really go out to the voters as well, whether or not they want to allow for recreational use. What I don't want to have happen, and I just want to say it, is I don't want us to do something that I feel might be under the radar. I don't want to put this ballot measure for a tax on to the March agenda and then have us up here talk about allowing recreational use without including the community. So,
oh, of course.
I just, you know, I want to make sure we don't put the cart before the horse, as well as, you know, now we're going to go back through all of this conversation that we painfully went through before. Who's going to get the license? Where are they going to be able to sell? Is it going to be a delivery? Is an automatic going to go to one person, or is it going to be allowed for so many different persons to do it? Are we creating a monopoly? I mean, all of this is going to come back out. We're going to hash it out again.
Okay, so take a little bit of the pressure off, good or bad. Since there is an election in November, that makes me feel much better. I think that gives us all time, a lot of time to do a lot of things. We also will have our 5th council person on by then, or new council, whatever it will be. So I guess I was just concerned, thinking you actually got to go another 2 years, and then after that, and then by the time it's set up, whatever is set up, it would be, and if it did pass.
Why don't you put adult use in March? Let the voters talk about that, then if that
Right.
passes, talk about the tax in November.
That's what I was saying before.
So an advisory vote on
An advisory vote, like take a formal straw poll.
But unless you have all these other things answered, the same questions answered, you're not giving them a full thing. It's, do you want adult use or not? No. You would have to say, no, we're going to do non-delivery, or it's going to be done by this. So we'd be in the same situation. We wouldn't have those answers. It can't just be an advisory. The advisory doesn't show any, it's just yes or no. So
It can. It doesn't have to be a single question.
it doesn't have to be a single question, but
Adult use, storefront, delivery, multiple users, multiple distributors. An advisory vote is just that, it's advisory. You have to mark a box. And you can ask as many questions as you want to.
and I could answer as many as I'd
Really?
like,
Yeah.
is positive or negative.
Yeah. It's advisory, it's not binding. Just let the people share their opinions with you.
Huh.
as opposed to coming up here to a council meeting.
Oli, is that like what we did when the ACIA was formed and we had like 15 questions on the ballot for different things that the ACI monies could be spent on?
Yeah. And 4 of the projects got approved. 11 of them didn't.
Oh. See, now we're talking.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote no against it, but I said we can let the residents play.
You're going to vote no on an advisory ballot measure?
He's not going to state now.
No, I'm not. Yes, no.
Not yes, no?
No, yes, no, maybe.
I would be more inclined to do that, and we have a couple line items that says, you know, would you be in favor of allowing recreational use in the city? And then sub-questions, would you be in favor of a delivery service only? Would you be in favor of a storefront only? Would you be in favor of delivery and storefront?
Smoking lounge.
So we'd have to check with the county to see how we would be able to do that on the ballot.
And we still have to do that by October
And what
23rd.
the cost would be associated with that, yeah. If you want to be on the March ballot, you would still have, whatever we do to be on the March ballot, we have to do by October 23rd.
So you could get us...
So we can just take one action.
No, but she's got to...
I would have to bring it before you,
I know,
I would
but
assume, what
that's, I guess, the point. I'm sorry.
I would still have to bring before you the questions that I'd be asking in the advisory vote. You would have to say yes. Denise, that's what we
I'd be
want.
happy to talk with Devin about that and some questions. Anybody else that want to kind of form the questions, and then you can decide, and then...
I just listed mine.
Okay, well, give those to Devin, or whomever, give them to Denise, and then, so we can filter through to get as many on there, and then we can say, oh, no, we don't like this one, or we like that one, right?
What's Devin do?
Not before October 23rd.
It was so long ago, I don't know.
So that would just be informational then, whatever was on the ballot would just be information for the council to look at and move forward. It wouldn't be like if it was 60% that said no, or what, I mean, just would be strictly informational.
Right, so we would do it,
to move forward.
what I hear you describing is an advisory vote. And it sounds like an advisory vote with, multiple
questions.
parts to it. So that's what Denise and I were just saying. We need to check with the county and confirm whether or not they still do that. I don't know that I've seen that.
Because we did it when we were a standalone election, we ran our own election.
And you did it your own. I don't know that the county will do that as part of their ballot. So we need to confirm that, and then we would need to find out what they're going to charge us to do that. Because they may charge you for each question. So we need to bring back some information for you on that, if you want to go down that path. I'm not saying it can't be done, we don't have all the answers for you at this point.
Perfect.
What about technology? Why can't we run a vote by mail election? Vote by mail advisory election?
Vote by mail, no, I don't.
We send something out to every resident?
No, we send it out to every registered voter, and they vote it, and we return it to us, and we count it.
So you're talking about just doing it yourself, not actually going through the county?
Well, we get the list from the county.
Right. You could do a survey on your website.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways.
Those don't work well.
No, it's a vote by mail election. It looks like a real election. You get it in their hands, you get it back.
And we got to do something so we can keep people from making copies of more than one.
That's what I was saying. If they leave them in the post office and somebody fills out 3, I mean.
No, you're saying send to the registered voter by name.
Yeah.
But you'd have to make sure it's not. You have to put a special little thing in there that they can't Xerox it or copy it or something. Yes, John.
If we ask people.
So we're clear, at some point here, we need to officially sort of close public comment and go to council discussion instead of the back and forth.
Do you have one more comment?
Yeah, just if we ask people questions, we need to educate them on those answers first. Because if we ask somebody, what do you think about a lounge here? Then they're going to say, oh, hookah lounge, I've been to one, or I heard bad things. And so we have to make sure that we're clear on our questions, that we give specific answers as well, or educate people before we ask them any questions that they have not been educated on. Because you can Google anything you want, and the most stuff that comes up is BS. you have to actually dig to find the correct things or legitimate answers to things. And so education is going to be key. Education of the community first, because we're just not going to be out there smoking it on the street. The deputies say that they're going to regulate it, and they already do semi-regulate it. Every now and then we walk downtown, somebody's burning over by the Blue Grill or something, but somebody walks up to them, local, hey, you know, it's not cool. And so there's a lot of self-regulation, but if we don't educate the people and then start asking them questions, they're going to make inconcise decisions.
Totally understand what you're saying, John.
Mayor, since there's so many unanswered questions here, can staff do some research? If we have to, we have a special meeting between now and October 3rd or whatever our next meeting is, or after that even, and so you'll know how to proceed forward. We just have too many unanswered questions.
Well, okay. Ollie's idea was a good one. If we can do that, so we can get that answer sooner than later. Okay, but then if not, I'm willing to say, let's wait till November. And that gives us plenty of time.
Well, I mean, if we can't do that, you're saying?
If we can't do the advisory.
Okay.
And then if we did the advisory and it gave us information, that would help us for whatever we want to do in November. So it just gives us time for education, time to breathe, and all that.
I mean, in general, I'm in favor of the tax, but I just don't want to put that on the ballot right now without having all the other questions answered.
Right.
So if it does get voted in, I'm in favor of the tax. It is a revenue generator for the city. But I just believe that we're putting the cart before the horse by doing the tax measure now. So that answers your question of what do we think.
Yeah. Gentlemen?
That's fine.
Okay, perfect. All righty. Item number, oh my goodness. May we take just one little small break?
Can we take a bio break?
Just
as I open
break.
another cup of water.
to go down there.
We're live. Oh, wonderful. Okay. Okay. And we are back, and here is Michael Palmer.
Hi. Good morning. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Mike Palmer, Assistant City Manager. The item before you today is residential inspection program. I do have a very brief PowerPoint presentation. I know it's been some time since the last update, and so I wanted to give just a very quick overview. It's not going to take too long. I also have a timeline that I would like to present just prior to opening it up for any questions or comments from the public. And then I also want to informally introduce right now, and I'll bring him up at the conclusion of my PowerPoint, but I've got John Gilbert here. He is the city's new building official and public works inspector, so he splits his time between the planning department and public works. So he's still fairly new in this position now. He's been with the city on a contract basis in a previous role. So he's much more the expert on a lot more of the nuances of these types of programs, and so I'll have him come up and do a much more formal introduction. So with that, just really quick, a brief background. Residential rental housing programs really are a way to move away from complaint-driven programs. It's allowing local governments to proactively address substandard housing conditions and is a mechanism to improve resident health and quality of the city's housing stock. So really what we're trying to do is move from complaint-driven programs to something that's a little bit more proactive, improve housing, which also improves resident health and welfare. So a brief background, many residential rental housing programs exist throughout the state and throughout the country. Essentially, it boils down to three different components. You've got a registration component, you have an inspection component, and you have an enforcement component. Registration is somewhere where the property owners would register a rental property or obtain a business license prior to renting the property or unit. You'd have mandatory inspections of all rental properties. Typically, these inspections are conducted every 3 to 4 years to ensure properties are sufficiently maintained and any improvements are completed. And then you've got enforcement, so implementing appropriate enforcement methods or measures to remedy any violations that are found. For the city of Avalon, our current housing inventory is approximately 1,473 year-round occupied units. Of those, 1,090 are renter-occupied, and 300 units are on properties that are already inspected. And I'll talk a little bit more about those, but essentially those units are part of a larger apartment complex, and LA County already inspects them through a program that they've already implemented. So, just a quick background. I know we came first conceptually with the program back in September of 2018, and we were talking to council more about how do we want to proceed. Do we want to implement this within a city-run program, or do we want to contract this out? It was kind of the direction for the city to move forward with implementing an internal program, internally managed program. And then in February 2019, we came back. We presented a revised streamlined residential rental inspection checklist and some programming guidelines. And I just want to verify some of those. I'm going to ask for some input in just a minute, and then I'm going to go over some next steps and a tentative timeline, and then entertain any questions. So in terms of registration, what the city would have is all rental properties would obtain, or if they don't already have a business license with the city. There's a nominal fee that's associated with that. Right now, it's approximately $53.50, and that gets you, if you get the business license, and that's for the non-transient rental units. That fee breaks down to about $12.50 for up to 2 units, and then a $41 administrative charge. If you had any more units to rent out, let's say you had 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 10, it would be $6.25 for each unit over 2. So the $12.50 gets you 2, $41 is an admin charge, and then anything over that would be an additional $6.25. In this proposed program, failure to obtain a business license after the first notification any property owner would then be charged a delinquent registration fee. We're proposing $50. It seems in line with a lot of other cities' programs, and it would increase by $50 per month to a maximum penalty of $50. There is just to incentivize them to get the business license. That's kind of the first goal. Get everybody into our system, make sure that we've done our due diligence in checking those and making sure everybody has those. The next part of this is the mandatory inspection and enforcement. So all rental properties would be required to have a mandatory inspection once every 3 years. And what we would do is we would propose to split all of that 1,090 units into 3 different groups. We'd prioritize those that have a history of some significant complaints, or if any property owners would want to volunteer to be in that first group, we would do that. And then the second group would be done in the second year, the third group in the third year, and then by the time we get to the fourth year, the first group would then be re-inspected. So everybody's on a 3-year cycle, and it doesn't become overwhelming. It's basically 1 rental unit per day is what it would come out to. Inspections would address unpermitted dwelling units, renting of spaces not intended for habitation, and substandard, overcrowded, unsanitary, or unsafe housing conditions. And the bigger thing here is we're not trying to implement this program to go after those that have some minor repair work that needs to get done. It really is the purpose of these programs is to make sure that we've got a really solid baseline of housing stock. It's healthy. People are living in sanitary conditions and safe conditions and permitted conditions because there's a lot of unfortunate instances out there, and not just in our community, in all communities where people are living in substandard conditions, and it has a perverse impact not just on people's health but on the community's health. And then the other part of that is to make sure that all of the units are in compliance with state and local codes and laws. So these are things like building, housing, sanitation codes that the city already has in place. Part of that mandatory inspection, units and structures would be required to be maintained at a level consistent with the codes of the time in which they were constructed. And I think this is the key element here. If your house is built in 1920 and you have a couple things that get marked on the checklist that need to get in repair, it's going back to making sure that it's in compliance with the code that the house was built. We're not looking to go above and beyond yet. Now, if you go and you do a remodel of the house, if you've got as an extensive renovation, if you have new construction, then we would go and you would be required to build the building to the current codes of today, which is the second bullet point there. So what this means is if there's no violations, an inspection certificate would be issued. That inspection certificate would be valid for 3 years. It would specify that you were in compliance, and it would also specify the time period that it was valid for. Violations, if you were found, minor violations would be 30 days to correct and then would be re-inspected to ensure compliance. There would be no charge for the first re-inspection, and any subsequent inspections would be charged $116. This $116 proposed fee is already indicated in the city's fee schedule, and it's under the other inspections per hour. Exemptions, any property subject to inspection by another agency. So as I mentioned before, there's approximately 300 units that are already inspected by the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health as part of their large apartment inspection program. And so they are already assessed and inspected and managed by another entity, so they would be exempted. Also, properties built within 5 years. So if new properties are built, we would exempt them, but they would fall in line with the next second cycle of inspections, and then they would be subjected to an every 3-year cycle.
I just want to back up for just a minute because there was an incident at Eucalyptus Hill, and do we have any way of finding out with the county if they in fact are doing the inspections as they're supposed to?
Yeah, we can reach out to them and we can find out and get a list, and we can also verify when each one of those properties were last inspected.
I'm just curious if they're really up to snuff. Oh, is it? Okay.
But then would the city inspect those properties as well?
No.
No, they would be exempted.
Bird Park and
UKIL.
Right, as long as that unit was already inspected by another agency, another county agency.
Okay.
Or a state agency.
Or city.
State.
State,
Above
yeah,
us.
right. I don't know if any, I'm not aware of any property here that is subjected to state inspection.
The Westbrook? Oh.
It's employee housing.
Yeah.
So that would be another instance then.
Wonder when they went.
So I know this next slide is a little hard to read, and I do apologize. Essentially, staff came up with a inspection checklist. It's included in the staff report, and this checklist has essentially 21 different categories. What I did is I went through this inspection checklist, and then I also went through the inspection transient rental checklist that we have, and where the two lists overlap, you'll see those highlighted in blue. If it's black and white, it'll be in the lighter gray. And so there's 8 categories in which it overlaps with the existing checklist. This includes premise, which includes trash and vermin, looking at things like stairway, landing, treads, risers, guardrails, handrails, those kind of things. Electrical panels, entry doors, just electrical systems altogether, smoke detectors, plumbing fixtures, and porch and deck balconies. And then this is the transient rental checklist that we currently have in place, and you can see there are a little bit of nuance differences there. One, it's because the transient rental unit is being rented out as a business, not necessarily intended for long-term occupancy, and so what we were trying to look at is there's some things that might apply in one list that we would really want to look at and apply for the other one, and so that's why there's a couple categories that are different. But regardless, whatever checklist we go, we can make those small refinements and then move forward with that. In terms of some additional considerations, what staff is really looking for is a couple things. Number one, we're looking to see if this is a program that council still wants to continue moving forward. And then there's a couple different things that we can do in terms of costs. Right now, the only costs that we've got associated with this, or we're proposing to have associated with this, is the business license fee, which a lot of other cities do, and that's under the second chart. It's a little hard to read, and I do apologize for that. You've got Kansas City, Sacramento, Boulder, Santa Cruz, and Washington, D.C. up top. Down below on the second line, their license and registration fees, and 4 of those entities have some sort of fee associated with that. Two cities, Sacramento and Washington, D.C., also charge a nominal program fee, and those are annual. So one is a $16 per year fee. Another one is a $35 per unit fee. The next cost consideration that there is inspection. We were proposing $116, and we were not proposing to have the $116 fee put in the initial inspection. This would be after a second violation, essentially. So if there's a violation, we would go, we would re-inspect for free, and then any subsequent would be $116. We wanted to find out, is council okay with that, or would you rather there just be a flat inspection fee regardless of whether or not? And a couple of those cities, 3 of them actually propose or have an inspection fee listed in there, and then they've got some re-inspection fees also. So,
could I just get a clarification? You're saying the initial inspection for all rental properties would be at 0 charge?
That's correct.
It's not until you get to, if a violation, then you go back to check it, and if the violation has not been completed and you have to go back a 3rd time, that's when the fee is charged.
Right. So the first inspection would basically be just part of the program. If they violate, that first re-inspection would be free. The second re-inspection and any other subsequent re-inspection after that would be $116.
I understand.
So we weren't trying to make this program a burden, but we wanted to make sure to property owners, but we wanted to make sure that council was okay with that, or if you would like to structure it a little bit differently and entertain other fees like a program fee, heftier license fees, or looking at a restructuring of the inspection fee at the initial standpoint, that you gave us direction. And essentially what we would do is we would incorporate that direction given today into the fee. We would finalize the inspection checklist. There's 2 options. We can either move forward with reviewing the program with the city attorney's office and then immediately develop the ordinance for city council consideration and bring this back as an actual program for consideration in October or November, do the second reading, we can have this implemented essentially in January 2020. If you want to delay it just a little bit, the other thing that we could do is hold a couple meetings. We could meet with the tenants separately and then the landowners separately in 2 different meetings and get their input into things like the program, consideration costs, and the checklist. And that's my presentation.
First of all, you know my opinion because we had this discussion the other day. I would like to see it start in 2020, but you had made the comment, because that's when they have to re-up, but you had made the comment it would be nice to have public meetings, and then there was a discussion, is there any way we could get them out before and not delay a January 2020 time frame?
So this, what I'm proposing is still the January 2020, regardless of whether we solicited additional input or not.
Okay, I thought you said it.
No, that was my apology if I miscommunicated.
So, I mean,
that.
yes, and my other comment was, I would like to see that the people, like the Debbie Avalanas of the world, and those people would come out, and that would be great. I'm a little concerned for the reason that you kind of stated at the beginning, to go from complaint-driven inspections is because I don't believe people will speak up. Perhaps they will, but I kind of don't think they will. So, I mean, if we think it's a good idea to still try to get the renters out, that would be great, in English and Spanish, have some kind of a translator, and then do one for the landlords.
How are rental units identified to begin with? Because we all know that not everybody has a business license. So how are we going to identify all the rental? And then I have a question after that.
So what we would use is a combination of 3 databases that the city already has. We've got a business license database, we've got the commuter subsidy card, and we've got the vehicle registration database. And so we can look at that and see what's out there, what do we already have, and then also look to see where are there gaps and who's missing from that.
What was the third?
It was the vehicle registration database.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so if I owned a house on Clarissa, I did not have a golf cart registered to it, I don't live here full-time, so I don't have a subsidy card, and I don't have a business license. I live on the mainland, and I'm renting my 2 units full-time. How do you identify me as a homeowner that is renting 2 units? The what?
The tenant.
So the tenant may have a golf cart registered to that unit.
And or commuter subsidy card.
Oh, I see how that would be used. Okay, I see how that would be used.
Right.
Yeah. That was great. That's good stuff.
That was good.
Somehow you got to tie the owner of the property to the tenant of the property.
Right, but also I would guess that the city would have some sort of database that says, okay, we've identified this property, this address, and they're in the queue.
Right. Once we went through that whole process and once we got everybody registered, we'd have a separate database of just the property owners, and we already have a list of all of the properties, and so that's half the battle. And then the other part of that is we've got all of the 300 units that's already inspected by the other.
Okay.
You have the homeowners exemptions on parcel maps?
Okay, got it. Okay, I'm good.
I have a question. So I'm just getting up to speed on this. Obviously, you guys have talked about it before and have developed this, but this is something that came up, 7-8 years ago when I was fire chief about doing residential inspections, and some of this might have already been answered, but one of our big concerns at the time, and I'm all for safety and making sure that our housing stock is safe and for tenants, but there's certain things on this list. What happens and how is the city possibly liable when we come across something that we know is not to code or is not right, but it's not on this list, and we walk away without bringing that up, and then something happens? Like, say, like there's a railing that was not the proper height and somebody ends up falling off it, are we taking liability for other problems that we're not, that are there that we're not addressing? Because as the fire department, when we went in there, we knew there was a lot of things that were on the original list that we would see. I mean, we've been in a lot of homes, and there's a lot of things that you're going to be surprised that you're going to find. So how do we address those, and how does that look for the city?
The rental inspection program doesn't change the fire department and how they address it. So if it is something that the fire department saw and had some obligation to address previously, that obligation would remain. If it was something you saw but you didn't have an obligation, then this wouldn't create a new obligation on behalf of the fire department.
So if the fire department is probably not doing this particular inspection program like the inspector, but if there is a code violation or something that is not to code that the inspector does know, but it's not on this list and we don't bring it up, how does that look? Does that...
Again, you don't have an obligation to bring something up as a fire department, so...
I think what he was asking, though, is like if code enforcement or the building official was out there and they were doing the inspection and looking at the checklist and they came across something that they knew was in violation, but we didn't cite that because it's not part of the program.
We would still address that. If we come across additional things, code enforcement would still address it.
So I imagine that the inspector would, because you had said 30 days to correct, there might be something where it would be at the discretion of the inspector to say, well, this might take 60 days or this might take 45 days. John's shaking his head like this, okay.
Right.
And then I guess, I'd love for us to be able to get a fee, but for fee's sake. But I believe if you have to go back, I think that's when the fact that you had to go back at all, I think that's when the $116 should take into effect, and the next month be like $500. I don't think you go $50, $50 and pussyfoot around, because people can pay $50 all day long.
So that's just for the license. That's not for the inspection. Is that what you were saying? If they don't obtain their license.
Oh, well,
yeah,
that too.
That $50 is it. What we're proposing is we go out to implement this program. If they don't register and obtain a business license, and we've already sent them a letter and we've already verified that they are indeed a property owner that rents out,
Right.
and they don't obtain that, that's when the $50 kicks in until it gets to a maximum of $500.
I think can you just go from that 50 to 500 and stop messing around? Because that's a bookkeep. Then we got people sending checks in for $50 here and $50 there, and we've got to trace them. And why don't we just make it be a little tougher, I guess. I don't know why we want to go 50, 50, 50 every month.
500 doesn't do anything. It's a year. You get a year for $500.
Well, that's an interesting comment too. John was saying that, so you just, pay $500 a year and never register it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It increased by $50 per month, so next month it would be 100, the month after it'd be 150, right? It's
That's
not 50,
correct.
50, 50, 50. It's 50 today, 130 days.
To a maximum
150
penalty
and
of $500.
But why-
60
why
days.
do we
No,
waste-
I see what you're saying.
Until they
Because a
get it.
business license is
It would
so
be
cheap.
accumulative.
Huh?
A business license itself is so cheap, right?
It's only-
So then if they're
So why would anybody want to keep paying $50? That's more than the business license for.
Well, I know, and it is so cheap, so bad on them that if you give them time and they don't do it, hit them with $500, and then they'd be getting it on time. Because there's no reason not to pay it.
I think I have a question for Elizabeth. If we have determined through the mechanisms we would be using.
I'm sorry, what?
If the city has determined using the mechanisms that we spoke of, that this property is being rented year-round, and they don't ever come in and get a business license because they think that's going to exempt them from the inspection program, do we still have a right to require an inspection, even if they don't have a business license?
So the business license and the inspection program are separate issues. So
Right.
if you are operating a business in the city of Avalon, you are required to have a business license. There is a fee associated with that business license.
Correct.
You're supposed to pay it. If you are operating without a business license, we're going to tell you to get one. We're going to impose the fee. If you don't pay it, there's a penalty. So that's one thing. If you are operating a rental unit and you fall within the parameters of this program, you don't hit one of the exceptions or anything like that, there can be an inspection fee. Now, the fee needs to be cost recoverable. It cannot be more than our costs. If it is more than our costs, it's a tax. It will be subject to Prop 218 potentially, and definitely Prop 26.
Right.
But if it's just a cost recoverable fee, then that we can impose.
So a property owner cannot avoid the inspection program by not having a business license.
Correct. Those are separate issues.
And that would, okay. And the $116 is that cost recoverable number that's already been approved, correct?
Correct. Well, I don't know that it's been approved. But the way I understand the program as it's described is we would do the first inspection at no cost, and then after that it would be some level up to the cost recoverable amount.
Right.
You could impose a cost recoverable fee the first time you go out to inspect. You just can't make a profit off of it, is what I'm saying.
Well, if we wanted, let's say we kick this thing up into gear, and then we decide in a year, oh, well, man, we really should have had a fee on the initial inspection, we can change it?
You would amend your ordinance to change your fees.
Okay. I mean, I think we might want to try to start off being nice, but then if it looks like it's, everybody's running amok, then...
On this specific general inspection checklist that you put together, was this cross-referenced to the state's general checklist?
I didn't develop that original checklist. I believe that the checklist that was proposed actually came from two different cities. It was the city of Seattle and the city of Santa Cruz? Sacramento, excuse me.
Okay. So I guess some of for the most part, I don't have issues with a lot of the items on the checklist, but there are a few that I do want to either have clarified or at least talk about. And I'm not sure if that's what we need to do tonight or if I should.
Yes, let's do some of that.
Okay. So for example, on the first column, item number 2, exterior walls, chimney, that they're in good condition, no peeling paint or plaster. Well, I mean, I think that, if you've, and I'm nitpicking this for a reason. I think that even in my own home, as the sun hits the side of the building, I'm not going to go and replace the whole siding on my building if I have a small section that's peeling. And so I think that would be an unreasonable request of a person who's renting. So I think that we need to change the wording to be like significant, or if there were significant peeling paint or plaster that could cause harm to the building. But I don't necessarily think the outside.
I do want to note, and I don't know if this addresses some of the issues that you're going to bring up, but we do have a note section, and so if there's things that are minor, that are more superficial rather than indicative of a structure that has been neglected or is posing some significant other issues, gaping holes in the exterior walls that's leading to potentially mold or something else, they can make a note of that, and the inspector can go and just say, minor paint, but that's not going to be something that they're going to be required to go back and to
But we don't
fix.
say that.
Right.
We can talk about that all you want, but what it says here is no peeling paint or plaster. So I'm just suggesting that we add a word that says no significant.
Sure.
Like adding a word like that.
Or exterior walls in good condition, period.
Because what I also see happening is there could be a little, there has to be some, for lack of a better word, consequence for, say, tenants who are getting back at their landlords for some reason, saying, hey, I've gotten a copy of this checklist and all these things are wrong, and the city came in and the cities didn't mark any of these things. I'm just asking that we clarify it before we find ourselves in those positions. Another one that is is questionable for me is, well, I have several of them, but another one is item number 11 that says heaters, authorized appliances. A heating unit is permanently installed and functioning properly. Well, I can tell you the first 5 years I lived on the island, I lived in a wonderful place that would have passed everything on here except no fixed heating unit. And you can't require somebody to go and, I mean, there are legal ways to plug in appliances that will provide heat in a home.
I think the benefit of having the landlords meet and the tenants meet, this stuff will come out, and so the landlord's going to say, I can't do this. You know, I don't have my units not set up that way. So I think that would be the value of having some outside meetings with the tenants and with the landlords.
Well, and on that thing, because I met with Denise and Michael on this too, like the heaters. My question was, though, isn't it the responsibility of a landlord to provide some form of heat? It doesn't have to be an in-wall, blah, blah, blah. But in a lot of places, so I know.
But it's the words, because
I know.
if I am the homeowner of the unit that I rented, it says a heating unit is permanently installed. And that's where I'm saying, I'm not sure that we want to spend 3 hours arguing all the little points that I have written on here.
Well, all the points you're going to bring are the same ones that we brought up with Debbie, and we've been chatting about this. I mean,
right.
But
so are you
see
suggesting is what we're saying is send it back out and give direction to say set up a meeting with landlords and set up a meeting with tenants, and then we come back and see what changes?
Yeah. Come on in, John. Come on up. Oh, you can come for your formal introduction too.
Oh, yeah. The code does require heating.
Okay, up. Come. I know you have a big voice, but
You're going to pull me all the way over here.
all the way up. Ladies and gentlemen, John Gilbert, our full-time building inspector. Yay. Okay.
So the code does require the ability to heat a building to 70 degrees Fahrenheit, and it has to be a permanently installed heat appliance.
Wow.
In order to rent your premises.
In order to be considered a dwelling, there are certain things that constitute a dwelling, correct? Hot water is one, heat's one, sanitary facilities. So it's one of those things on that list that's an absolute requirement.
Unless it was built in 1920.
I'm sorry?
Unless it was built in 1920.
Even if it was built in 1920. They had gravity heaters, they had wall heaters.
I lived in a place that was built in 1906 and it had no heater anywhere.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it is one of the required features.
Okay, so I mean, I can see where the conversation then needs to
go back.
Back.
I mean, you're like me. We really appreciate that Debbie Avalana has spent so much time on this, and when she talks about legal and illegal units, she is exactly right. We want to get these people that are totally non-compliant and making life miserable for people, or not miserable, but not affecting their quality of life. One of the other questions, though, when you get this thing about overcrowding, that'll be curious to what you find as overcrowding.
Well, there's a standard that is however many persons per room, isn't it? Isn't that what we've been talking about with like the SROs and?
Oh, but that's with this. Go ahead, answer that question.
That is something we will make note of, but it's not like we're going to be ushering people out the door.
Right. Yeah.
Because that's not that's not what we're here for.
Mm-hmm.
We're here, I mean, I would call it more of a cooperative system between the landlords, the city, and the tenants, to get good housing. But a lot of these subjects, there's room for discussion for sure. There's room for fine tuning on the list. The list we're not really married to. It's just kind of a guideline. So changes can be made, but there are certain things that the code does and does not require. And as far as you had a question of a handrail, and then liability. As a building inspector or a building official, if I miss something and it's done without malice, they're not going to hold me liable for that. Now, if it's done maliciously or I'm on the take or something stupid, then yes, then they come right after me.
Yeah, I made the assumption that we weren't on the take when giving my advice. Might have been a bold assumption, but I don't think so.
So,
Okay.
back to Mike.
The other thing we can do is we can go back and revise that checklist, and anything that is citable in a code, that's mandatory, we can put that in on there. And then on the other things, I'll make note of where we can change the wording so that it addresses some of your concerns, Councilmember Cassidy, in terms of adding language so that we're not trying to be nitpicky or to be encouraging any people to be mean-spirited about this, but it really is getting to the intent of what we're trying to do, and that's, ensure that we've got good quality housing stock.
Okay, so then I guess another question that was raised, and I'm really intrigued by it, does the Housing Authority have the right today, if we see something on a property, that we have the authority to go and inspect that property inside and out?
The Housing Authority, no. Code enforcement may.
Code enforcement may.
May.
So hypothetically, if you've got, let's say you see a gaping hole in a roof, and it's obvious that there's a gaping hole in the roof, would code enforcement have the right to initiate an inspection?
I don't know where our building inspector went.
John,
So,
do you know that?
So generally, there's two issues. There is a constitutional right to privacy, and there is a constitutional right to not be subject to unreasonable search and seizure. Mandatory programs without, where it's without consent can raise both of those issues. So those are the types of things that when we get to number 3 on the list, where we're going to have the city attorney's office review the whole program, we'll be looking at to make sure that the program is designed to address. But generally, if there are health and safety concerns, then yes, the city code enforcement has the authority to go in and inspect and issue citations and those sorts of things.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think you have a lot of the same kind of things as I did as well, and I know John's aware of them, and Denise and Amanda. So I guess we're saying, do we need to incorporate the direction of the fees today or at some point?
If you're okay with the program as proposed, I guess that's what I was looking at, then what staff will do is go back. If you would like to change any of those program fees, or if you would like to add an actual program fee or change the structure on any of those, if you could give some general guidance, and then staff can go back and take a look at what our current fee structure is, and then come back when we have the ordinance and incorporate the rest of this information back in there. So right now, we're not proposing a program fee, and we're not proposing any reinspection fee for the first reinspection, only for the subsequent reinspections after that.
I believe we should have there be a fee for the first reinspection.
You disagree.
You disagree?
Disagree.
Everybody's going to be re-inspected.
Everybody in town, after the first inspection, except for Debbie, is going to be, I mean, probably not just except for Debbie, but a majority of the units will be re-inspected. Unless we do a massive public relations outreach program, we send the inspection lists ahead of time, we let them know, and we give them 6 months to self-inspect, and then we start the program. That's the only way I could see it working, where you would have a re-inspection. And I think it should be at the discretion, because some of the items on the list may be questionable, like a couple that I've brought up. And does that really, if somebody is cooperative and has really made whatever changes that they need to make, do we impose a fine against them after they've done exactly what we've asked them to comply with? Or, I mean,
oh, yeah, okay.
For me, this is not a money-making situation. For me,
No.
this is providing safe and, appropriate housing for our community members. So,
right. Okay.
I think that you're gonna get violations. You go back. If everybody's cooperative and you're working together and you can get things in order, great. If not, then you have a third inspection. Now we told you what to do, you didn't do it.
And then it's $116. You want to stick with that? Because that's what the recoverable cost is? But it's not
Just-
recoverable for the last 2 inspections we did prior.
Okay, it's a way of addressing the fee without having to go back and reassess
So
any of that.
okay, so we could watch that after a year and see actually what it takes. The business license fee, though, I don't think that's right to do 50, and then I think we need to slam it to them quicker than that, but.
Well, staff can look at other alternatives, and what we can do is solicit out input, do some additional research to see what other communities have as penalties, and then we can bring back a proposal when we bring back the rest of the information.
Well, and I'm kind of liking what you're saying, Cindy, except I really don't want to delay this very much because, is if we have a public meeting, and okay, some of you are watching tonight, and if we have a public meeting, these kinds of things will be there. And if they're not, and we put something in the newspaper and something on social media, and if they don't come, then that's on them. You know, that's not our problem. About them not being prepared, because that way, because if they could see this now, they could easily look. They could even come in and look for a copy of what we're considering, and then go, oh, how am I doing on my own list? And maybe I better get my act together. You know.
Well, in public outreach, since we have the business license information, why don't we send draft form out?
We could do that too, and then say, here's the meeting. As long as staff can.
I mean, it's better to do something properly than quickly.
Well, yes, I agree with that.
The other thing staff can do is get in contact with some of the known property owners and then see if they can help spread the word around, gather together a community meeting. We can do the same thing with tenants.
Yeah.
Not together, but we would hold those meetings separate.
Okay.
But staff can figure that part out.
I think to the business community, it's important to see them first because, you know, talk to them. It's not as, I would say that would be the landlord meeting.
Oh, the
To
landlord.
have that one, well, those are businesses. To have the landlords first, and we could always then get, because we need to get this information out.
And I agree, I would like to see this program begin in 2020.
Yeah.
So I know we all have a full plate, but it'd be nice to get this going.
So the timeline for us then is we'll go back out, we'll solicit some additional input, we'll make those requested revisions, and then we'll work with the city attorney and their staff to put together an ordinance incorporating all of this feedback, and we will bring this back no later than the first meeting in November, which would allow us to have the first and second reading and then 30 days, so it'll be implementable beginning January 1.
One last comment, and I'm just gonna hand you these notes. I'm gonna circle this one, but one of the examples on my list, and one that I pulled from Sacramento, the city of Sacramento having their inspection checklist, it does say, for example, surfaces in good condition, no significant crack. And
Yeah.
that's where I got that, but
Significant
that was just,
being a good word.
anyway. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So directed. Okay, good.
Annie, did you ask for
public comment.
I'm sorry, Bert? No, I didn't.
Hi, I'm Bert Scott. I spent the last 50 years as an engineer for the federal government, and I'd like just to offer a couple of comments for your consideration. I spent about 12 years just up the road here. Went from kindergarten, graduated from high school, lived at 325 Los Lomas Drive, and we didn't have air conditioning or heat at all. And my view is, and I'm not a legal mind by any stretch, but I don't think lack of air conditioning in Southern California or heat constitutes a health, life, safety issue for your consideration. Second thing is, been trying and work with contractors on the island. When you find a deficiency, you may not be able to get somebody to even come up and look at it in 30 days.
Right on.
So that's kind of a thing to consider. Thank you.
No, yes, I hear you. Thank you. Any other comments? You were sitting there awfully patient.
Acting. Brilliant.
Genius. Okay, before I even read this, while this is on my mind, you know, I sent you the list. It was hard to get a hold of. Thank you, Amanda. Okay, I haven't never seen, and I've been trying. Okay, and right now, this meeting is as if the last one we were all at didn't happen. I'm not on 3 minutes. I got a letter, right? Or am I on 3 minutes?
You should, yes.
Then Denise.
Look, go ahead.
I gotta get in. Okay. And so, in that letter, there's a line that says, issues and structures that are present right now. Really?
No, you're good. Keep going.
3 minutes, yeah, the letter's not.
Okay. So, wait a minute. Is there a 3 minute for any comment when we're actually discussing the agenda? I mean, an agenda item? Is that a 3 minute also?
No.
Wow, interesting. Okay, I'll just get up and come back. So, as far as that list, John Gilbert called me yesterday, right after I dropped off the letter. And we spoke for, what, an hour? And some of my panic button moments, but the only request was gonna make about that, and I discussed it with him. I said, what if you win Powerball tomorrow and you don't work here anymore? All right? That's what, as islanders, we witness all the time. How many building inspectors have I seen in 41 years? There was we rented one for a while, right? We just contracted one and brought them over when there's enough things racked up. It was just like a 2-year period. We didn't have one, all right? It's island life. Just like island buildings. There's a faction of people like me, when she reads the letter, you'll see what I'm talking about, all right? That I got, what, 30 years left, maybe? All right? I look ahead to see what I'm going to put in that building, and I have chosen to be an affordable legal landlord. Affordable is the key word. All right? There are people who feel just like me. We don't advertise our rentals, right? The reason I have one in apartment A is you, Annie, thank you. And, you know, I don't, because it's a different town, and in the next 10, 20, 30 years, maybe my building's going to be a garbage can. You know? I don't know. Let's see what happens. You know, if it rains another 30 inches this year, let's see if I stay on the hill, right? And life can change. When I left here from the last meeting, where is the state checklist and why hasn't it been cross-referenced? We all agreed on that when I left that night. Amanda, when I stole your paper by mistake, remember? And I came back up to give it back to you. And I was like, you know, we agreed on that. I fell off the hill promptly right after that, so I haven't been around. I was going to give a seminar on tenants' rights. Oli put something on the website from that. We were going in that direction, okay? And the original inception of this particular program that we're talking about was to go after the illegal things that are going on. Now, the 116 times 1 times 2, I appreciate removing the first inspection cost or whatever, but that's for like if you're talking about 1 unit. So to me, that's 400 and something, plus the whatever, plus, let's say my tenant in apartment A is pounding, I've been having a heart attack about this, is pounding a flank stake, and as I'm walking in the door at the inspector, the counter cracks. Now I'm violated. And once I'm violated, I'm violated. Once I don't pass, I don't pass. So when you said you're going to cut it into, you know, who's been violated, well, I was, right? The peeling paint, what does good condition mean? And what does all these, the words, Mr. Gilbert and I went through every single item, which I was trying to avoid, all right? But the language and the interpretation from him, I feel comfortable with. But I don't know how long he's going to be here. And the next guy might be stiff and say, it says right here, and I'm going to do it that way. So I think the 21 items, if this is the one, it seems like we're going to shush it through and pass it by November. Now, what happened? But it has to be as many translations as you can think of so it's clear what we mean. What we say here tonight sounds nice, but that's not what it's going to be like if you find yourself, if John wins lotto and we have a new building inspector, he may have a whole different tack on this, you know? And then the older buildings, where, as you and I both know, was most of the reasonable rent, right? New construction rents for $1,000, $1,500 extra than what I charge, at least, you know? And I like to keep it that way. And I know that the council itself has had that on their mind. You are concerned with affordable, clean, decent housing. So at minimum, I would like to see the paperwork and make that available to your landlords, the business community, and the tenants are not going to come out. And I wish I had not fallen off the hill, so I'd have given that seminar about tenants' rights. Because I left a message on your phone today. Let's pick a date. Because if you don't know, and in my letter, read it with emphatic when I ask you to do things, there's a request on there. Actually, a lot of things you just discussed are in that letter. You know, but I ask you to even protect yourself. So someone can make a complaint, but the city has the right to keep that anonymous. That a site-generated complaint, you know, when you could see the gaping hole in the, it's obvious, and I even mentioned a common knowledge one. It's common knowledge there are certain property owners who consistently, through the years, you know, like that. All right? You know it, I know it, we know it. Go inspect it. All right? But again, all these 116s add up. This adds up as I look forward because of thinking about this. I have major investments coming up because I want to keep an older building. Now, that's my choice. All right? But it's a delicate balance. And the tenants are going to end up paying for it no matter what. You know, remember that. It's fragile right now. Money's tight right now for everybody and everything. It's not, am I completely as much as I was panicked about it? No, because I talked to Mr. Gilbert. If he's going to be here and be here for 30 more years, I'm golden. I'm a lot calmer, okay? But you can't drop dead, you can't get sick, you can't win lotto, you can't do these things, all right? But we know as an island community, we see, make friends, and then they go, right? And we get our heart broken and whatever. Some people pass away, some people whatever. You know, we're always replacing someone else. So this language has to be careful because once it's an ordinance, it's the law. And then you can't go, no, I was at the meeting. And Cindy said, if it's only one couple cracks, it's okay. And our new inspector says, that's too bad, you're violated. Write a check, Deb. Right?
Right.
So now's the time to be careful. And I don't know what the big push is to hurry up now. I
Only
don't know what
because
that
we've been
is.
talking about this for almost 2 years.
Okay?
Longer than that.
Okay, I know.
Yeah, well, 8 years or 9 years ago, you were talking about it then.
Yeah,
So
but-
if we're going to do this, okay. But now is the time to be thoughtful. Now is the time to, like, whatever. I highly doubt any illegal landlord is going to come to your landlord meeting. Why would they?
Well, we don't even have any legal landlords here. Ones that are, I mean, and how many times have you discussed this? And do you see any of them? I know
this
you are
meeting?
the only one, Debbie, and if you don't think things
And
like this
you
spread
know,
like...
And we talked about that. I don't know why people are hesitant to participate in their own government. Obviously, I'm not. All right? And this one's close to my heart.
Right.
Because it's a delicate balance to maintain what I think is affordable, and I personally have trauma about raising somebody's rent.
Right.
What's crappier than that? A lot of things, but it's crappy. I don't like to do that, you know? And I like to thoughtfully look ahead at things. And there are landlords like me. I can name 8 right now, and you'll see what I say about them in that letter. Okay? But this is not, I'm not as panicked as I was.
Correct.
This is probably going to happen. But my last point is that the state has had a set in place that are every violation that we've ever talked about here is a state violation. It's already been there. All right? If anything was going to take priority to get inspected first, it was those. It should be the units that directly violate the basics.
Right.
And then you can go off with your, you know, whatever that winds up to be.
Right.
I don't think rushing through this is a good idea.
Okay.
I mean, I don't. And I don't know what to do to make it charming to come down and participate in your government, especially if you're a landlord or a tenant. But a lot of them don't live in this state.
Right, that's true too. Yes. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Debbie, for your comment.
So I have a letter I'm supposed to read from Debbie Avalana. Mayor, members of council, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank everyone at this table who have graciously taken the time to meet with me, and also to those not at the table who have texted, emailed, and spoken to me as well. I appreciate participating in my city's local government. The item of the residential inspection program is a revisitation to an item that has previously been on the agenda more than once. The original inception of the program was based on complaints brought to the city, which is our housing authority, concerning illegal landlord activity and the dire effects on the tenants thereof. From this came discussions, several checklists, and as it developed became about inspecting legal landlords as well, regardless of absence of complaints or actual compliance with the state statutes well in place already. The city has always had the authority to enforce these state requirements, as it has the right to create an ordinance to add its own additional requirements. This ordinance becomes basically Avalon landlord law, along with the state's requirements still in place. The first two checklists presented previously for the program, not unlike the current one, were taken more so from assorted inspection lists as those for the sale of property or new construction requirements, or honestly, I do not know where. At the last meeting regarding this program, the language, via my last letter, of legal landlord, illegal landlord, as opposed to good landlord and bad landlord, was well received by council, and during that meeting, the open communication seemed as if the state statutes were the statutes this program would be about. The state statutes speak to a dry, heatable, sealable via windows, doors, vermin-free, access to running hot and cold water, mold and toxin-free. Basically a safe and habitable environment. Yet here today, another list, another meeting, and another panic attack for those landlords like myself. If this went through tomorrow as is, I would go to bed a compliant legal landlord and wake up tomorrow illegal and non-compliant. I am part of a group of owners of older structures who provide local, affordable housing. We are mostly local residents who have chosen to provide decent housing at an affordable rent. We rarely, if ever, advertise for tenants. Some of us have family properties that have passed from the last generation. As I look forward to the future, I can see most of the investments I will be making to keep my building and property in good condition and wholly compliant. At the first meeting about this issue, I started to cry and realized I may have to sell my building, AKA everything in life I have worked for and in the town I call home. Some other owners I have spoken with have similar solutions, as pulling the year-round rentals off the rental market. The number of units at risk is not negligible ones. I know this is not the result of council's intended, as the council has always been a supporter of local affordable housing. I asked the council to create a residential program designed to target illegal landlord violations. I asked the council, as the housing authority, to create a compliant generated inspection. I asked council to let visible exterior neglect and a common knowledge generated inspection come into existence so the properties in disrepair that originally inspired this program are easily accessible by the city. I asked the city give itself an anonymity clause so as to protect themselves from being forced to identify those who have complained or identified properties in question. I am sure this did not begin as a way to create unnecessary fiscal burden to legal landlords who may have to pass some of it on to the tenants. I asked that the current offenders be subject to the inspection. I asked the council to create a reasonable checklist addition based on the actual structures and actual issues present in the city of Avalon. Appreciate your attention to this. Appreciate you, period. Debbie Avalona.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think we've given direction. Yes? Yes. Okay. Okay. Item number 10.
This is an appointment to fill one term on the Planning Commission. I do have a correction to the recommended action. The recommended action says that it is for a full year term, but actually whoever you appoint will be filling the unexpired term of the vacated seat of Cindy Morris, and that term expires June 30th of 2022. I did speak to Debbie Wright earlier, and I see Bob Kennedy, I think it is, in the audience, so I had not notified them earlier.
Okay.
Until tonight.
Okay. All right. Well,
And I do believe that some of the council has interviewed the applicants, but I'm not sure which ones.
Okay. Well, I'll start with, I did interview Robert Kennedy and Debbie Wright. And I don't know if any of the others of you had an opportunity.
I spoke with both of them.
Excellent. No? Okay. And it's my responsibility to make the recommendation, and then you all do with what you'd like. A couple of years ago, whenever it was that we did the last appointments, and talking to people, I tried to look at a balance between those people that owned their home, that had CUPs on their homes, were renters, and that kind of thing, and even a balance of male versus female, kind of, because sometimes women think a little differently than men. So I thought we wanted a nice balance of not just an all-male planning commission, and over the years it has kind of changed so that now we have 4 men and 2 women currently on the commission, with 1 seat open. I would say you all saw the applications, and I was very impressed with the application that we received from Debbie Wright. It was very thoughtful. She spent a lot of time on it. So I was very impressed on her ability to want to spend the time to do the research and to serve the commission. I know that Robert Kennedy has a lot of experience on the city council. I don't believe he was ever a planning commission member, but yes, you glean a lot after as many years as he's been here. We do have 3 of these 3 people on the commission who are long-standing commission members. So again, in striking that balance and knowing that Debbie has the time, and as we see her research and everything else she's done, I would like to appoint her as the planning commissioner until June 2022.
Well, I guess I'll make a couple comments. I spoke to both of them as well, and we have 2 great people that would do a great job. It's rare that we get that kind of quality. I think both of them would do an excellent job. So it's a very tough decision. They both bring different things to the table. And as well, I looked at the commission as trying to keep balance within the same criteria that you did too. So my comments.
So what, I should just make the recommendations and then, so go ahead, folks.
I struggle a little bit with what is appropriate to say, what's not appropriate to say, and so I don't want to overstep any boundaries, but I think I'm struggling a little bit with, I guess some of the behaviors in planning that I think that I think there's some bias on both sides, and I think that what I'm hoping to see in our planning commission is that these large issues in our community are actually being tackled and worked through, and recommendations are being made to the city council. And, I want to see the persons who come to the table, and I believe both of these applicants would come to the table, would do their homework, and would make, educated contributions to the planning commission. But I want to make sure that the person that goes on the seat is going to look at both sides of the topic and is going to weigh in, and not just walk in with a thought process of, we have to have visitors here and we have to have more of one thing versus another, or no, we can't have any more, and I'm dead set on that. And I don't know that, even as a prior planning commissioner, I don't know how do you actually balance that? I mean, how do you choose somebody that's, you really think is going to be on both sides? And I know what you're saying when you said you wanted to look at a balance between homeowners and not. I mean, I think that we need to tackle some of the issues, which is what's making us have these difficulties in making decisions,
Well, and following in your vein, and I've had this discussion before, Since I've been here, the planning commissioners have had no training. And I want to insist, because the last 2 or 3 that are there between the alternate and the substitute and Micah and Paula and whatever, they had no training at all. And that has to happen. And I suggest that it happen here. We bring somebody here and make it so that they all attend the meeting, and you talk about conflict of interest, and you talk about all of those things that are happening, and the bias and public saying the things that people say that are totally wrong. And, you know, like somebody said, you know, about this, made some comment about me about this, and I said, hey, I have to consider them both, you know. I'm not, you know, I've got to see what's before me and talk to them and that kind of thing. It's not like I have a preconceived idea. So, and I think we all give our due diligence at this place, but I think that some of the things that are said, you're exactly right, but that has to be training, and that has to be also, when that gets out of hand, how is it actually handled? You know, I don't know that it's handled at the commission level, you know, very well. So, anyway, but, okay. But here we are. So I guess my recommendation is Debbie Wright, and then you all decide what we're doing.
That's true.
Polly, do you have any comments?
I think the planning commission at the present time is not very well balanced. And I think, I mean, it's got good people on it, but I think their look on life is different. I think we need someone in private business on the planning commission to recognize the fact that we've got to remove some of the restraints that we have. We've got to make sure that we continue to go, be productive here.
You say we don't have anybody. Look at all the people in private business that are on that commission.
Look at all the people that are in private business that aren't on the commission.
Like who? Oh, that own their own business?
Yeah.
Sandy Putnam owns rentals. So Micah works for someone else, and it's nice to have that opinion for somebody who's a renter in this town, you know, with a family and that kind of thing. Then who else doesn't work?
Paula doesn't work.
Who?
Paula.
Okay, she has a rental, but yes, she doesn't.
I'm not sure that having a rentals.
I know. Well, okay, so you got 2 not, and you got, well, and if you want to call Sandy. Anyway, I hear what you're saying when you talk about your balance. So that means that you would be for Mr. Kennedy.
If the motion was made.
If the motion was made, but I make a recommendation, so you have to either vote it in or not. Mr. Hayes? Councilman Hayes?
Are we taking a vote?
Well, I think you need to either share an opinion so that a determination can be made, and what happens if it's 2-2?
I guess I am just going to be very honest that I am really not one way or the other. No. I have some concerns with both, and I have some real positives and excitement with both, and I just don't even, I honest to goodness wish that we had a 5th person right this minute.
I know, because usually that one is me, and my bummer is that I had to make a recommendation. So.
I mean, do we have the ability to talk to the candidates right now, or is that inappropriate?
Yeah, you can certainly call them up and they can come up and speak during public comment if they'd like, or if you have specific questions, you're more than welcome to ask them.
I mean, could we ask that? Could we ask if either candidate would like to make a statement to us, knowing that where we are in the...
You can ask
Annie,
that.
how do you feel about that?
I mean, if they want to come up and say something, I mean, just sit there and plead their case. I feel a little...
This is really awkward.
I know,
Bob's
exactly.
here. Bob's here.
All I really want to say is, I'm just going to say the same thing that I said to Annie. Whether it's me or it's Robert, I don't think you can go wrong with either one.
Yes, it is.
The way that I feel about anything in politics, whether it's our Congress, it's our City Council, or our Planning Commission, I just want to see a fair and balanced council. I want to see someone who's open-minded. I have talked at the Planning Commission about saturation. I made it very clear that I'm not against CUPs. And that's really, again, whether it doesn't matter to me which of the two of us it is, that's the most important thing to me. is that we get fair and balanced in everything that we do. That's really it.
No, thank you.
So.
Bob? This is awkward.
I see you dressed for the occasion.
Poor
Dress
John.
for the occasion. Right off the roof, right to fire drill, and now to your council meeting.
No, thank you.
I don't disagree with anything that she just said, but I want to add one thing. Your planning commission should be helping you plan. And I don't see that from the mix of your diversity that you're talking about, Annie. I don't see that there's any of that direction. So if there's something that I could do to help the city at this stage of my career and where I am with everything going on, I'm not sitting up here, I can certainly participate there. So you guys make the decision, I'm here to help. If you choose either one of us, I think we do a fine job for you.
Yes.
But your planning department needs to plan.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
So we're going to hold this over until March, till the next election? What are we doing here?
I don't think we can do that. That's what happens. So if you go down to 2, then we would just reschedule the item. You could open it for more applications, or you can put it off till you have a 5th vote.
We don't even know that's going to be a 2-2 yet, though.
Right, no, I said
I know.
if it were to be.
And then the alternate is here at every meeting. So,
Well, we have an alternate planning commission.
Oh, okay.
Until the time.
Well, we know where they are. Again, they're both great people, and I interviewed both of them, and it's very, very tough. But I think for my balance, I'm going to have to go with Bob Kennedy on this.
now you know, guys, when we had a tough vote the other day, just to get things going so we could move forward, I bit it. I bit the bullet.
Right.
And I think it's time that one of you bite the bullet.
That means.
Well, remember in trying to get you into the seat? And it was going to be a 2-2, and I wouldn't let that happen. So I said, okay, no, let's put Stevie in. And here we are, and we're all getting along well.
Then it turned to 3-1.
Because I changed. So that's what I'm saying. I bit the bullet, and I am happy you are here, and everything is great. But I'm just saying, or unless you guys want to go back out, I think we'd have still 2 great candidates. And do we want to draw straws?
Wait a minute. So we do have a motion from you, Mayor. Is there a second?
Oh, was there a second?
I didn't hear a second.
Okay, I just need clarification for the record. So we had a motion from the mayor for Debbie Wright. That's her recommendation. If there's no second, so that dies of that. Okay, then you can proceed.
Okay,
I
now
just
you make yours.
clear.
Go ahead, Ole.
I move that Bob Kennedy be appointed the planning commission until 2022.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Call for the vote.
3 ayes, 1 no. Mayor Marshall.
Okay. Welcome aboard, Bob. Debbie, thank you for applying.
Happy to serve.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, wait, it gets good. Don't whistle coming up.
Okay, the next item in general business is, we have it titled as Vaughn Phase 2 Parking Trial Results, but we've also tied it into all the other parking recommendations in certain areas of the flat. And so, Bob, take it away.
Okay, Bob Greenlaw, Director of Public Works. As the city manager said, we're here to discuss the findings of Vaughn's Parking Phase 2 trial. And then we're also looking to authorize city staff to implement the changes, the recommendations that we're making at the end. So some background for the people at home and also for the record. We've been in front of you, this is the 4th meeting we've been in front of you to discuss this, and we have developed a process, and that's important. Okay, so what we did is we're looking at the impacts for the 200 and 300 block of Summer and Catalina, and the 300 block of Beacon Avenue in relation to the Vaughns. That's where this discussion started. So city staff implemented changes to the local parking demarcations and began a parking trial. And that was phase 1. The trial conducted in 2 phases, including designated the lower blocks of Sumner and Catalina and the 300 block of Beacon as 1-hour parking. The residents located within the trial area were issued a residential parking permit, which allowed them to park on their block and not be subject to the 1-hour parking restriction. However, they were still subject to all other parking restrictions that were within those blocks. Small segments along the 300 blocks of Sumner and Catalina were also modified to accommodate the Vaughn's delivery truck and as well as the Vaughn's street parking. So the goal of the initial 60-day Phase 1 trial was to evaluate the parking availability and use for both Vaughn's and the overall downtown area next to Vaughn's during the visitor off-season. The subsequent 90-day Phase 2 trial evaluated the same criteria, but during the busiest visitor high season. These modifications, we also made modifications to the intersection of Beacon, Sumner, and Vaughn's driveway, and those were long in store, to help us with that additional driveway that went into that awkward intersection. These modifications included the installation of high visibility crosswalks, curb ramps, and a center median. The intent of these improvements was to enhance safety and provide designated areas for each traffic mode to operate within a traffic calm design, so a complete street. Thus far, the vast majority of comments via the survey have been positive about that installation in the intersection. So, and then for that parking trial, the way we had a Survey Monkey, so that was the piece of software that we used to collect the data. And that was put on the city's website at www.cityofavalon.com/parking, and it's still available. And the results of the study and all the comments and the PowerPoint from tonight are on there. So if people want to go and visit that or any of this information as I'm going quick, they can review that. And they also can contact me after this meeting, so that if they want to further discuss this, because it really is a community process. So then there was 189 unique survey participation hits that were logged in, and we received, essentially about 145 comments per question that was asked, and then some people skipped over those. So here's some of the results, and I'm going to go through these rather quickly because I have lots of slides. I just going to hit on the high points. Okay, so in this question here it says, in your experience, so has the access to parking in the 200 blocks of Catalina and Sumner and the 300 block of Beacon changed since Trial 2 started? And you can see that if you take out the gold portion in the bottom of that pie graph, the left and right sides of those 2 other segments, it's kind of like the positive, negative. It's almost equal with those comments. Okay, so that's what we observed there. If you add the neutral piece into the positive, it's almost like 65% are saying, hey, it's either better or I don't really have a comment to the negative, okay? And then this is that same question that was asked during the study, the first study. And you note the difference here is there are some more positive movements. So there were some more positive comments during that critical high season. So we're getting more positive comments even during the most critical time. So that's what you can gather from that graph right there. Okay, and then the next one is asking about flow of traffic or traffic congestion in these same blocks. And again, if you look at the gold, that's the neutral point, and then you look at the positive and negative, that's the 2 slices of the pie to the right and left. It's almost equal. Okay, so it's just saying, even I guess, after we made all the improvements there, they're on both sides of the fence of the results. And here was that same question in the low visitor season, and so initially it was skewed more negative, and then it was almost equal during the high visitor season if we go back. So it's almost equal there, and it was more skewed negative. So it looks like we had some positive movement after people had witnessed it during the low season and the high season, and where it was critical, it said, yeah, it does seem like, at least at that point, that they were more positive about it. Okay. Here's the question is there available parking in the Vons parking lot when you go to the store? And so, you know, we've got almost 68% of the people say, yep. And personally, when I go there, and if I'm going there after work and it's 5:30 to 7 o'clock at night, once in a while, yeah, it's full. But that redundant spaces that we set up on Sumner or Beacon are available all the time. So that's working, and that was during even the high visitor season. So those pieces of the green curb that we put in those areas, they seem to be working. Okay? And then here's for the low season. Same thing, same result. Okay? And you'll see some of the pictures that we are not parking totally appropriately in the Vons parking lot. So if you have a full-size vehicle, you don't have much chance because we only have one space, or we have one ADA space. So we're getting a sign made for that. But we also have the micro cars going in there, and they're at full width of the stalls, so there's no way to get in. We have motorcycles parking in the spaces, even though we have motorcycle parking right adjacent to the stairway right on the street next to the taxi zone. So I think there's a little bit of a public relations education component that we need to get out there, and we ask the community, hey, if you do what we say, we've created a space for everybody and we think it'll work, but everybody has to help us make that work, do their part. Okay, so here's a question that said, assuming your destination is Vons and there's no available parking, where would you prefer to park? And so you can see at the very top bar, it says the 200 block of Sumner is really hitting a lot of data points there. And then almost equal, but it's the 300 block of Beacon is the next highest one in the middle there. And then the third choice would be the 300 block of Sumner. And then, of course, you can go down bike or walk or other. So there are some folks out there that would like to take vehicles off the street. Okay, and then this was that first trial. And so you can see that some shifts took place in this slide as the preferred second choice grouped around what we thought, the 200 block of Sumner, 300 block of Beacon, and the 300 block of Sumner. So really, that's the choices that people are making. That's what we thought before we even put the paint on the curb out there, that's where they would park. Close proximity to the front of the store. I'm almost done with this. Hang in there with me. Okay, and then, so has your access to parking surrounding the 200 blocks of Catalina, Sumner, and Beacon changed since Trial 2 started in April? So if we take out that neutral again, what you see is that a positive and negative are about the same.
That's not looking too good to me.
Okay, so you have the left side is much worse or worse, and then the right side much better, okay? And so you kind of put those two together and you get that almost an equal sense.
No, it's not even close to equal.
That's not both equal?
No.
Oh, I mean, okay, I can add it up, but I mean, it's maybe 7% difference there. And so it's not really statistically, okay? But what's important is that it's moving positive as we, so as we've got the February to April, it was more negative initially.
It's 19 to 42.
19 to 42?
19% to 42%.
Okay, let's see. I'm not going to.
But it's
19, 5, 42. Okay, you got me there. Okay. But it was, what I'm saying is the trend was showing that it was getting, it was more negative to start and it was getting more positive, okay? So that's where I misspoke there, okay? Just trying to go through these fast, okay? Now, what's your main purpose of parking in blocks 200 and the 300 block, so the portion we're talking to. So you notice number 1 is Vons, number 2, other businesses, number 3, residential, Okay, so that's what they're doing. This was during the high visitor season. Okay, now here's the low visitor season, Vons and residential and work. So there's maybe more people added into the survey, but definitely some changes there where it was more residential based is why they're doing it. Okay. And then based on the trial parking demarcation, so the 1 hour all day loading and all that, are you more likely to walk or take some other means? And you can see that when you add the two together, hopefully my math is right, the unlikely and very unlikely, 46% about want to drive to the area. Okay? So that's just showing you that they're maybe in some location they don't want to do anything else. Okay, and then this is that same piece. So it's pretty consistent low season versus the high season. Okay? So this was part of all those questions that came out of the survey, and I'm not going to hit each one of these, but I just want to show you some of the questions here so you can pick out, typically I walk unless I have a lot of errands to do, things to pick up, we always walk unless our grocery list is too long or items are too. So these are the sample of some of the comments that are here, and we can go through them in detail, or we can go over some of the next steps here, talk about Descanso. Any interest in staying on these?
I just want to point out that I think that's a great comment that the lot should have a loading only spot.
Okay.
Because there is times where people will. Okay, so let's say that you're having to park further down Sumner Avenue towards the Atwater building, and you've now got a full cart of groceries. You can't take the cart down and load up your vehicle anymore, so the cart only goes so far. So then you're either having to contend with leaving half your groceries to make 2 trips to your vehicle, or...
Yes, and so how about this? How about we share that taxi area also as a full-size vehicle, accommodate any vehicle, the cart will go down there just like,
And the taxi is the one with the white stripes?
Yeah, that's correct, the white curb and the white
Right.
stripes, and we can put the correct marking there so it's a loading zone.
So it's a loading zone, okay.
Yeah.
So then where is the motorcycle parking?
Is right in front
In front of it.
It's still a white curb, but it says, and so we may have to add some additional signage so everybody understands this. Maybe we haven't done all of our parts so everybody understands all our markings. But right in front of that, the next 10 to 15 feet, it says motorcycle parking.
It says motorcycle parking on the top of the curb. So if I'm driving around on my motorcycle, I'm not going to see that. But if it was printed on the side of the curb, you'd probably be able to see it.
So we tried to limit use of any signage because we live on a beautiful island. So we didn't want to add any signage. We wanted to paint the top of the curbs and see if that worked. And if there's additional places we need to put signage, we can put signage that fit our community.
Simple, and no sign.
Okay. So then here's another, to help to reduce trips here. So this is kind of interesting stuff. There's nothing really readily available when you have to go from one job to another other than your own golf cart nearby. Oh, I think the 1 hour parking is close to Vaughn's might help. Bigger parking lot. More than 1 hour parking in green, allow parking in areas of no parking. So, there was a lot of comments about increasing the 1 hour parking to 2 hour. So, and that's part of our recommendations. It was like people go down and they go, well, I want to go to a business and I want to go eat. And I can't do that in an hour. So I want to do that in 2 hours. Okay, and then this question was feedback and experience with the trial parking, input on parking congestion. So, just some comments about our survey. I think parking is working very well. The parking lot has high turn, so it does have high turnover. Even when I go there and it's packed for me, in that 15 minutes, people have cleared out of the parking lot. So it does have a high turnover rate. Exiting the Vaughn's parking lot is a harrowing experience, and so hopefully that's improved since we have put the median in. It seems that it has. People, we have, for the most part, open vehicles that you have that good sensory experience outside. That when So, and then, so you're using all your senses. It's not like you're in a car with music and the air conditioner on and you're not feeling it. You pretty much feel that intersection when you go through it. Okay? So,
I love the turn signal thing because people just don't do that, and that is really a pain.
So, and then all of these responses are on the website. So I encourage everybody to go read them, and so they can get a feel of what our community is thinking. Okay, the blocks nearest to downtown should not be used as all-day parking lots. We need bike lanes, approved areas for walking, and that's what we're trying to do with our complete streets approach. And remember, we are doing a master transportation plan, so the parking that we're not addressing here, we're going to be addressing in the master transportation plan. Okay. Okay. So this question here was describing, whether you're a visitor, full-time resident, and you can see that 75%, almost 75% were full-time residents, and then we had, the next biggest group was the part-time residents. Okay, so that's who was responding to this survey. Okay, and then here is the trial one, and it was full-time residents and then full-time residents living in the parking trial area. Okay, and then we just want to bring a few pictures here out. So here's some of what we need to get better at as a community. We have full-size and autoet and motorcycle parking. So where in the bottom right corner is the motorcycle parking where the white SUV is there. Okay, so right there in front of the trash cans. We have a full-size vehicle and 2 autoet spaces. We have in 2 locations there. Okay, so you can see, but we are putting a sign up in that full-size space right there where that golf cart is parked. Okay, we're getting that sign made up. And then we have motorcycles, bicycles, microcars, and autoet parking. So we're showing you how this is taking some of the additional parking that we have allocated.
I just want to interject because I'm not sure when the right moment to bring this up is, but a personal perspective, that is the absolute worst spot in the entire parking lot for a full-size vehicle. That the full-size vehicle spot should be straight in. I mean, you cannot, even in a small car, you cannot turn into that spot without attempting a 15-point turn. And then if you have 6-pack golf carts there, you can't back up to get in the spot properly. And so I don't know that spot could be moved, but it is, I don't know who designed that, but that is the worst spot in the parking lot for a full-size vehicle.
Yeah, and that is a difficult thing to change at this point. So it's, we're pretty well stuck with those 2 spots being there at this point. But that's why we've tried to provide the on-street right there. And actually, if I had a full-size vehicle, that's probably where I wouldn't even attempt to go in the parking lot and do the 15-point turn. I would just, and hopefully from what I'm hearing from people, they're being accommodated right on Sumner or Beacon as they're coming in.
And part of that, and I hear what you're saying, but then part of the complaints that come through to us is that you have employees parking in the 1-hour parking and running out every hour, which is their right to do. They have the right to do that. Anybody has the right to park for 1 hour and come out every hour on the hour and move their vehicle. But I guess I would just implore to the community that if you work at Vaughn's, why not just park on Catalina and allow people that need to do their shopping the space to park on Sumner and Beacon?
Yeah,
I mean, is there a way that we could, if somebody applied that was a worker at Vaughn's that came from the hills that needed to drive to work, could they apply for a daytime sticker to park for longer than an hour?
We've initially just tried to keep it real simple and regulate it by painting the curbs and then trying to make the system simple. And what we did provide for employee parking for all employees that were working in that area, hopefully was Metropole, because why Metropole? That has the width. You know, you can get very dense parking right on Metropole in Diagonal there, and you know, because it's such a wide street. You know, whereas if you're on Sumner, it's a narrower street, and in Catalina, a narrower street. Put a full-size vehicle there, it starts creating problems. So that's why there is that parking there, and it does, at least this point, appear to be working. It's collecting a lot of those employees or the folks that need some extra parking spots that live up in the hills, you know, like an upper Metropole there, because those are that's very dense units up there, and they need, you know, and they have several units, so they need that additional parking. That seems to be where it's where I've discussed before, that 85% level. If you go and you have 10 spots and you have 2 of them available when you come in, really you're at the point where a sweet spot in parking, because, you know, then you have available parking. You're not at capacity, you have a spot available, and it's turning over. That's what we should be shooting for. Okay.
Wasn't there a discussion, though, at planning commission level or council level or whatever at one point about the parking, and that they wouldn't allow, or they would check it, you know, they were going to check something to make sure people weren't parking there all day. They were going to, some kind of internal control they were talking about doing.
You're talking about inside the lot itself, correct?
Yes.
I don't believe the employees are parking there. It's out on the street where it's 1 hour parking. And technically, it's illegal just to go out and move it. The whole purpose of having restricted parking is it's restricted. You get in your car, you leave, and you're going somewhere else. It's like money in the meters on the mainland. The ones that actually you have to move your vehicle out and leave that spot because it doesn't allow you to keep putting money in. Do I know that it's happening? Yes, it's happening. But we shouldn't be encouraging that. And I know that most of you council received an email from somebody, and we have addressed that. That person has received numerous tickets. We've addressed it with that employee. Our next step would be go to Vaughn's. Now, that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know you don't.
So we're trying to build a system, so whatever that system is, and we'll keep on modifying it. Okay, so if we're done with all those slides, I can move on to talk about how we move into Descanso discussion. Okay, so one of the preliminary observations of the Phase 2 trial was that there was limited demand for Vaughn's parking on Catalina Avenue because we had restrictions that went out, 1 hour restrictions. So that would be some of that employee parking that you're talking about. One of the key reasons the parking trial included this aggressive 1 hour parking restriction rollout was due to the thought that Vaughn's employees would use this area for parking during their work shifts. Right. It appears that some of the Catalina longer-term parking demand, because there is some long-term demand that has shifted into other areas, including Descanso Avenue. And so that's exacerbating an existing resident concern regarding lack of close proximity on-street parking in their street, in their block. So to address those concerns, we had that special city council meeting on August 9th, and it was to discuss the vehicles and parking throughout the city of Avalon, but we were focusing really in those kind of couple blocks right there. The meeting included analysis of impacts of the parking trial area as well as Descanso Avenue. Resident feedback collected at the special council meeting indicated any further changes made to the area needed to include the parking issues occurring on Descanso Avenue, and that's why we're including it in this Vaughn's discussion so that we can incorporate that in. Staff reviewed the potential possible alternatives that were suggested by the representative of the Descanso neighborhood. So we went out in the field. So one of the alternatives was to restrict the time limit for parking on one side of the street with painted green curb. This is on Descanso Avenue in the 200 block. And on the others, a 1 or 2 hour time limit, and then restrict the other side to a 24-hour time limit. So we're trying to balance what the use of the neighborhood and the use of the rest of the community. And so what we thought is maybe to couple a modified version of that alternative when a modification of the measures implemented on Catalina could help shift some of the current excess demand from Descanso to the underutilized parking on Catalina, because we can see that there's lots of green curb open most of the day there, and that there's excess demand on Descanso, which the residents, have brought to our attention again. So what we're talking about is, if you look at this map, and so the solid existing parking demarcations dotted is new 2 hours. So you've got the solid green lines are existing, 1 hour, 2 hour, 1 hour right now. And then the dotted is new 2 hour. So and then the existing 72-hour parking is the violet color, and the new 72-hour parking is the blue. Okay, so what you see on Descanso there is on the northerly side there, we're talking about proposing new 2-hour parking on the one side, and that would be, the residents in that area would be the same as the rest of the residents that got a special permit, and they'd have a residential parking permit, that they weren't subject to the 2-hour parking limit. On the other side, it would remain as is that's what it's saying. Okay?
Okay, go ahead.
It'd be 72 hours, okay? And then on Catalina, it is, I don't know if the map got changed exactly. So on the piece from where the transit stop is, all the way to the corner on the northerly side, that would be new 72-hour parking. It'd be shifted to 72 hours to open that up, okay? The one thought there is, remember that we were real aggressive with our green, and that's where the Vaughn's employees, so you get some more employee parking. But so this was to balance between the two streets, that you could park 72 hours on one side of the street, but it wasn't the full street on Catalina, because we did extend additional green parking down toward 3rd Street. Remember, we extended everything that was a red block that used to be restricted to no parking there because the bus needed to make the turn into the tour plaza. So, we did include about 60 additional feet there that's extended that green parking in that area. So, let's see if anything else. So that's the main points between Descanso and Catalina. So here's the recommendations. Maybe it's clearer here. So Metropole, we did change that diagonal parking that was limited to green, and we changed that to 72 hours per the code. Okay, and that's going to remain the same. That's where we were talking the employee parking or the residents who are up in the upper Metropole. Okay, as we come down the hill, now let's walk down the hill on Beacon. Okay, on Beacon, we're going to take the north half of that and change it to 72 hours. Okay, so we're open that, we're less restriction.
I don't know north from south.
Okay, so up to the top of the hill.
Okay, but you're on Beacon. North is upwards and south is down like this.
Yes,
okay.
That's northerly. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, just stop me at any time if you, so I can clarify these. So Metropole, are we clear on Metropole, the area that we had changed by the church, and then down to the Island Company where it's all diagonal parking on that one side.
Right.
And that's the only thing we changed there, is all that diagonal parking, and it was green before.
Yeah, but I
and
don't
we
know
changed it to gray, which is 72-hour parking.
Where's the 72-hour parking on Metropole?
Aldi.
You can park there for 3 days in a row and not have to move your car? Why are we doing that?
We did that to accommodate the long-term employee parking.
But why can't they go home? But they could park their car there for 3 days and walk home and keep their car parked there for when they need it, right?
Yes, they can.
I don't agree with, my problem is I don't agree with 72-hour parking anywhere.
Okay, well we're just trying to, we're using the tools within our code.
I know.
And then trying to set up a simple system, and then we can change that at any time that you want, but we also have to make it understandable. We don't want to slice and dice it up so much that you have more signs, more areas you don't understand what.
I totally get it, but Lower Descanso and even Upper Descanso and those other streets, the people leave on Friday and come back on Monday. and they leave them there where they could easily find another way to get to the boat. So we're just allowing them to be a parking lot
No,
on
wait a
those
minute.
streets.
So Mayor Marshall, I just want to just clarify, just because our ordinance says the 72-hour rule, so when Mr. Greenlaw uses that term, it just means that it's not restricted as hourly or 2 hours. And what we have observed mainly is people that are working all day, they park, and they're able to park there without having to come and try to move it to get out of it. So when he says it's designated, and has been since we changed all the parking colors in town,
Right.
72 hours, I don't think there's people that are actually just parking there and never moving. We are...
From Friday to Monday, yes.
But that's no different than
On Metropole?
Upper Descanso, Upper Catalina.
and
It's
that's
all
saying-
72-hour parking.
I know, and I guess I'm saying that we really need to look at that, because I don't agree in 72-hour parking, because I think those people that go over town on Fridays can find another way to get to the boat. They don't have to put their car in front of everybody's house. They can keep it out at Edison, keep it up at Conservancy.
So that
whatever.
area was picked because it was more commercial and it didn't have the requirements that some of the commercial there, it was underutilized. And so that we were trying to use that and get it to that 85% level.
I know, but what is our goal? I thought our goal was to try to get people to walk and find alternative measures, ways to get to and from. And if we keep accommodating them, how do we ever get away from that?
Right now, in this study, we were trying to accommodate all the changes that happened because of the Vons being installed. And so, and then we have this process now that we can keep on changing, and we're just trying to modify a system and get input from everybody. So that, you know, that's really what it's getting down to, is that we've developed a process that we discuss it, we implement it, we review it, and then we modify it, and then we repeat that process. And, you know, and so then we set up, like if we make these changes, they're 90 days, and we don't necessarily have to do the survey, but, you know, we can come in and discuss it again. And then so it's really the community's input, and you're getting it by incremental pieces. You're seeing if it works. It's really an experiment and seeing if it works. It's, you know, so that's what we're trying to do. Okay, so Beacon. So we know where we are in Metropole, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's 72 hours. That's just a gray curb is really all it is. Just like Whitley, Marilla, anywhere else, Tremont, wherever, you know, wherever you're parking, okay? So it's unrestricted, it's unrestricted, it's just restricted only by code, okay? The other measures were painting and making restrictions, so that's why I refer to those differently. So in Beacon, the uphill side of Beacon, if you take about half the roadway there in that 300 block from Sumner to Metropole, now we're going to take those restrictions off the top half, which we painted green. Now we're going to give some more space for longer term parking there.
Why should it be 72 hours?
Right now, we're just saying to keep it simple that it fits the code like every other gray curb in town. Instead of adding another level, we're saying keep it simple.
Okay, so half of it going down will be 2 hour, or that's what we would just, that's what you're recommending?
We're recommending the bottom half because of the Vons, that redundancy we needed for the larger vehicles, and we showed that people are parking there, that's where they desired to park, that we keep that green, and we're recommending it goes to 2 hours in that bottom half. And then the top half becomes unrestricted, just by code.
And Annie, we also, because we heard comments that, you know, people didn't have enough time to either go into Vons and then they would walk somewhere else. It's kind of like on some
I was always a proponent of more than 1 hour, so I'm happy to see this, and sometimes I think it might need to be 3, but I guess we'll keep experimenting.
And we can do that. Just see how 2 works. It's what we're recommending.
Well, just keep experimenting.
Yeah, because changing it from 1 to 2 is painting the curb, the 1 green, and putting a 2, the stencil, and it's very simple. Marissa will be right on it, you know, we tell her to do that. Okay, so Catalina, so the north side, the side up against Vons, we're saying change to 72-hour parking, so gray curb, but that's only from the transit stop up to the corner. You know, it doesn't go all the way down to where the old Vons Express was, or past, you know, where the bicycle rack or the motorcycles are parking there. It's only that top half of the block there, okay? And then the other side is going to remain 2-hour parking. Okay, it's 1-hour parking now, but that green side on the other side. So we're removing some of that green curb from where the transit stop is. Okay?
That's the north.
Yeah, so you got me on that one now? You understand where we're at?
That's the north, the transit side is the north side?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and that will be 72-hour parking.
Okay? So in the Descanso, the north side, so the side that would be up toward Vaughn's, that side, if you look, up above there, that would be 2-hour parking. And then the other south side will remain as it is, 72-hour parking to start. Okay? And then the permits would be issued to the residents. Okay? And so that would allow them to park in that 2-hour zone for 72 hours. Because it'd be just like it'd be a gray curb. And we're proposing that this trial be for another 90 days. And then we'd be back discussing the results with you. And that's because of, the process that we're using. So hopefully there's not much angst in these recommendations because we're using this process, the community's involved in this process, and it's not a big dollar to change.
Right.
It allows you to experiment and see how things are working.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilman Earlson.
To address the residents of Descanso, what if we changed what side of the street you could park on so that you couldn't stay there through a weekend?
Okay, so then you'd be changing the simple
And
piece
Catalina,
to...
and the other one is bad is Clarissa, same thing.
I think what Annie's point she brings up is, yes, we're trying to enable people. We don't want to enable people, and we are enabling people by doing it this way without looking at the problem below it, which is 72 hours that covers a weekend. If you can't park there for the weekend, then people have to find an alternative, whether it's take the bus, whether it's walk, whether it's, to do something. So I think if we need to look at that, might make it a little better for the residents on both sides.
Right.
But you're just kicking it down the road. You're kicking it from originally Catalina, and now it impacts Descanso. You make a change at Descanso, it moves it over to Clarissa, moves it over to Lower Terrace, which we've already seen the impact of. I mean, it's...
Well, that's why I'm saying get rid of 72 hours so nobody can do it anywhere.
Well...
Then, at some point...
But why should somebody who... Why, if you live on Lower Descanso, why shouldn't you be able to park in front of your home? You're saying you have to move your vehicle every 24 hours in that regard.
Well, I think in close proximity to their home, because it is a public street. I mean, all taxpayers pay for those, so we want to accommodate and balance that. So what is that balance? And what we were trying to do is we saw excess capacity on Catalina. So how do we take some of the excess demand from one street, move it over without just shuffling everything, and we go, well, what happened? It's like, this is kind of the next step, see what happens there. Then you go, well, we're still getting parkers. There's still, then the next step would logically, hey, just go put some 24-hour restrictions on these two streets, so then we can micro those two streets or something. So, you may end up with continuing problem for another 90 days, maybe, but at least you would understand it. And it's like, right now, I see lots of parking available on Catalina. What can we use that for? So that's what I'm trying to do. It's just, it seems pretty simple at that point, and see what it does. And it may be, you may ask us before those 90 days is over, hey, we need to do something. I just don't want to change it every 30 days. I want to get enough data points so that we can say, yeah, we understood that, and we're learning each time we do this, and we're implementing it in a neighborhood. Hey, we did this then, and this was the result. So we're not going to make that same mistake again. Just trying to give you a toolbox to move through, and let the community have their input into it. And hopefully that's what they're seeing, is that we're being transparent. We're trying to make them in part of this decision-making process.
Yeah, and they're all here to talk about it.
Okay.
Debbie is here, though.
I just want to acknowledge for the record, you did receive those two letters. The one is from the Avalon Community Church, and the other one was from Greg Freeman on Catalina Street. And then Debbie had provided you with some guidelines from West Hollywood and Santa Barbara.
Okay.
And then we also should hear from,
I'm sorry?
I would like for Debbie to.
Oh,
have
yeah,
an opportunity
exactly.
to
We still need
finish,
to
too.
take public comment on the item.
I'm sorry?
We haven't taken public comment on this
got it,
item yet.
Got it, okay.
Well,
I
well,
guess
we're
that's
going to
right.
take public comment from the audience.
No, go back, sit down.
No,
No,
you,
okay, no.
you are the public.
Okay. Before you start my 3 minutes, I'd like to respond to some of the things that he said. Is that possible?
Sure.
Or am I only allowed the 3 minutes that I wrote before I came, and I can't respond to some of the things that he said?
Well,
Just go, Debbie.
Yeah,
You can
please.
just go.
3 minutes anyway.
Okay, you might be sorry. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I mean,
Okay.
keep it
I'd like
succinct.
to respond to some of the things that he said. First of all, if you see open spaces during the day on Lower Descanso, I guarantee you it's a Tuesday or Thursday. Because what happens, because I know Denise and, I'm sorry, Mike, they went up and down the street a couple of times, but they were on a Tuesday and Thursday. Because we saw you go up and down the street, and it was a
It was
Tuesday,
with Bob.
Thursday. But this is the thing about Tuesdays and Thursdays. People park there
And
to go
stay
to the
close
boat
to
in the
the mic.
morning. People
thank you.
park there to go to the boat in the morning,
Yeah.
all day, 2 days, 4 days, 5 days. People parked to go to work for 8 hours. When you have street sweeping on Tuesdays and Thursdays, people who need to go, who are trying to find a place to park, and people who are trying to play for the boat and trying to find a place to park for the to go to work, they are either walking or they are finding someplace else to park. That's the only reason why there's open parking in the middle of the day on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and it really has to do with street sweeping. We live there, and we know what the parking is like on an hour-to-hour basis from day to day, and really it's Tuesdays and Thursdays that have the open spots. So I think that if you were to drive on other days, and including Tuesdays and Thursdays, you would see what we're what we're talking about. Anyway, okay. I want to address. We did it at the last meeting. I addressed it at the last meeting, and we really felt, collectively, the entire street felt that not only did you listen to us, but you heard us. And from the results of what is being proposed, we no longer feel that way. I started talking with the city in early 2016 via emails I have in writing about the parking. No, I'm responding to him. About the parking on Lower Descanso before the Vons even broke ground. This is not a new problem. This is not a summer problem. This is a go back 20 years problem, because as Mr. Bill White, our former mayor, wrote a letter I read to you at the meeting that we had. In 1991, he talked about, to quote him, the deplorable parking situation on Lower Descanso. This is not a new situation. This has absolutely nothing to do with changing the parking on Catalina Street for Vons. Absolutely nothing to do with it. It didn't make it worse because it was so bad to begin with. It didn't change what happened to us. It's been there all along. So that's the response I have to that comment. I'm sorry, my frustration's coming out. It's not personal. I'd also like to point out that Lower Descanso is not a commercial street like Catalina Street is. It is a residential street. However, the residents can't park there. And I would like to read what I wrote, but I'd like to make another comment. Someone posted on the Great County discussion page how one day they got a ticket because they went to get their hair done, they parked in the 1 hour parking, they came out 1 hour and 11 minutes later, and they got a ticket. Nobody likes to get tickets. Another time, the same person parked in the 1 hour parking on Catalina Street, went to get her mail, went to Chet's, and then sat and had a bagel at Ben's. Got another ticket because it was over an hour. This person lives 4 blocks away. Hence the problem. It is a culture in this town that nobody walks anywhere. You know, and I talked about this at our last meeting. It didn't used to be 72-hour ordinances in this town. But when the city, whatever city council it was that changed that, they contributed or started to change the culture in this town where nobody walks. And we are the ones that have to pay for it. And I would also like to say that the parking for the boat, that people stay overnight and come back 2 or 3 days later, is not Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It is 7 days a week. We watch them get out on a weekday with their suitcases over and over and over again. And it's because they can do it. You know, they can do it. And I'd like to not keep going on and on. I'd like to just read what I prepared if I can. Okay. And I know some of this is redundant because you heard it at the last meeting, but I think it's really important for anybody who's listening at home to hear our voices. I am here representing the 41 homeowners and full-time tenants on Lower Descanso that signed the petition we previously presented to the City Council. We would like to thank the city for the time you have invested in trying to help solve the parking situation on Lower Descanso by reading our petition, listening to us at the August 9th meeting, and for reading the statements from those who could not attend. The majority of the homeowners on Lower Descanso have owned their homes for over 20 years, with 20 of them owning for 45 to 100 years. After looking back at the 2-hour video at the August 9th meeting and listening to the comments from the City Council members, we, the homeowners and full-time tenants on Lower Descanso, do not feel your proposed 2-hour parking only on the north side of the street is a solution for our lack of homeowner and full-time tenant parking. Because Lower Descanso is a residential street, we are now requesting permit parking only for the homeowners and full-time tenants of Lower Descanso on the north side of the street and unlimited parking on the opposite side of the street. We recognize we live on an island which has its challenges, but resident parking should not be handled any differently than it would be on the mainland. Homeowner parking only permits are not new. They are done in thousands of cities across the United States. Just to name a few, they are on the streets in Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Portland, Manhattan Beach, Seattle, Sausalito, West Hollywood, Laguna Beach, Santa Barbara, Newport Beach, and Long Beach, just to name a few. Those of us on Lower Descanso should have the same rights. For example, under the Sausalito City website, it states parking for Sausalito residents can often be a difficult experience, and many areas of our beautiful hillside town lack adequate parking spaces for the number of vehicles needing them. Due to parking congestion, some residential areas require permit parking only and a residential area parking permit. Another example, Santa Monica has parking challenges within the areas of the hospitals, medical centers, and doctors' offices due to UCLA. They have instituted permit parking only in the UCLA medical residential areas to ensure that homeowners and full-time tenants are able to park where they live. To my knowledge, most Evelyn residents are able to park where they live, with the exception of Whitley and Lower Descanso. Whitley is due to high density, however, that is not the case for the people who live on Lower Descanso. The first Lower Descanso parking problem is due to people parking 8 hours while they are at work all day. We feel that people who live within a reasonable distance from Front Street, who work on Front Street, should walk to work. We see people that live 4 blocks from us parking all day in front of our houses to go to work. 4 blocks.
Okay, but Debbie,
Yeah.
and I heard that,
Yeah.
and I hate to be rude. However,
No, you're not.
We're suggesting that you get permits for Descanso.
Yeah, the permits parking allow, unless I read it wrong, the permits allow us to park in the 2-hour parking longer than 2 hours.
No, you'll get.
Am I reading that wrong? Yeah, I read it wrong.
It's not like on Catalina Street?
Yeah, that's what happened on Catalina.
It's the same like Catalina. You get a permit to park.
But this is the problem. We have 40 houses, 3 of which are have vacation rentals.
Right.
So I am assuming they don't have carts, and that's
Right.
just an assumption on my part. But we also have 3 units that have 2 tenant units on the property.
Right.
So that negates the ones that don't have carts or vehicles. You follow me so far?
Yeah.
So now we still have 40 carts and vehicles. So if you have 40 carts and vehicles on that street from the people who own houses and rent, and you have 34, there's on the south side, I counted yesterday, on the south side there were 32 carts and vehicles parked. On the north side, there were 34 carts and vehicles parked with not a spot anywhere on the
But
street.
however, all of
Yeah.
those people are not full-time residents.
Correct. But if you take away even the people who aren't full-time residents, there's still not enough parking. If you make it a 2-hour parking, there's still not enough parking on that street to take care of half of the people that do live there, because people will be using up the 2-hour parking. Do you see what I'm saying?
But I would like to think that then it's a deterrent. It's like, damn, I can only be there for 2 hours. I'm not going to park there anymore. I'm going to find an alternative. I think that would be one of the goals. And Bob is, on the trial, because that would. So and again, now now a lot of these people are gone. A lot of the summer people are gone. So. I hear what you're saying, but I'm kind of supportive of let's try this. Y'all get your permits, the full-time people, and see how that plays out. Because like he's saying, it's all experimental.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, I'd like to get rid of 72-hour parking, but that's not going to happen today either. So.
Okay, it's funny you should bring that up. So let me go to that particular paragraph that I have here. Changing the 72-hour overnight limit to a 24-hour limit would force those people going to the mainland, we talked about this before, overnight, to walk to the boat, or those 55 or over to take a $2 taxi.
Exactly.
There is absolutely no reason for anyone to be parking on Lower Descanso more than 12 hours other than the people that live there. None. The city council is the one that determined way back when to change the 24-hour limit to 72. Why, I don't understand.
Right.
But they did. You, the city council, it's up to you. You have the ability to change the 72-hour to 24. All we're doing is continue to feed this culture in this town where nobody walks, nobody rides a bicycle, because they don't have to. Your survey pointed that out. They would even if they live 4 blocks away, they would rather drive their vehicles.
Right.
People who live at Bahia Vista, you can't walk to Front Street to go to work. You have to take your vehicle, and they're not going to change. That culture is never going to change unless you make it change.
I agree.
And I think that, so for us, when I say us, I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about the 41 people who signed that petition. I don't think you've ever seen a petition for a street that had 41 signatures, not even to change the trucking route to Clarissa. To have 72 hours on that street and allow people to go over town for 3 days at a time is ludicrous.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. And maybe I'm not going to be the most popular person because I might be taking some people's parking spots away. I have people tell me on the boat, I said this to you last time, some guy on the boat said, yeah, we live 3 blocks from your house, but my wife drives to work every day and parks in front of your house.
All right.
3 blocks. I can go on and on and on. There's a person whose name I won't mention who parks there 5 days a week. She goes over to the mainland to work, comes here 2 days a week where she lives. Right. And that's been going on for a year and a half.
So,
I mean, really, where does it end?
I know. So to not belabor it, and I appreciate it, and we hear you loud and clear, and I really hear the 72-hour, but I don't think this council, I think that we're wanting to sadly, it sounds like taking baby steps on this 72 hours. Unless you all say, no, let's tackle the 72 hours today, but.
Well, I do want to respond that, we got this information a few days ago as well. This packet was to address the survey. It was not necessarily to fully address the concerns of the August 9th meeting. So yes. I do feel that it's unfair for us to be judged on when you said in the beginning of it that you no longer feel that we hear you. I am going to call that as unfair, okay? Both Annie and I have expressed here tonight, neither one of us are really fond of the 72-hour. I'm saying that we're going to rob Peter to pay Paul, to do this, to do that. Every time you kick it one more street down, you're impacting the next street, and we're just going to keep hearing it. So I hear the frustration. We still hear the frustration. We have to try things in order to see whether or not they're going to work. As this is right now, I think that this will give a little bit more parking. The only way that all 41 houses on the street are going to be able to park on Lower Descanso is to not allow any other person to park there for any other reason.
And we're not asking that. And, if you want to look at it in a different way, then look at it the way that people who do need to park there to go to work, and there's not enough parking because people are parked there for 2, 3, 4 days at a time to go to the boat. So you could also look at it that way. And with all due respect, it's not kicking the can down the road. For 4 years, I've been addressing this. we addressed it thoroughly, the 72-hour thing, at our August 9th meeting. And yes, you may have just received this, but you certainly should have formed some kind of an opinion since that August 9th meeting. So when you got this report and you saw that that's what they were recommending, you should have said, some of you should have said, hey, we've had time to think about this. We've heard what they've had to say.
Right.
And personally, I don't think there should be 72-hour parking anywhere in the flats allowed. That's my personal opinion.
But that's what we've just said.
Yeah,
Both
but we're not
Annie and I
ask-
have just said
it's
that.
not
We
just-
agree with you.
Yeah, but I don't. But it's not kicking the can down the road regarding the 72 hours, because that's what you're doing. You continue to kick the can down the road for 72 hours because every time it's brought up and I'm not saying you. When I say you, I don't mean you. I mean
you mean
the council.
Right.
It is being continually kicked down the road and down the road and down the road, and by not changing the 72-hour parking, that should be the trial. It should be, let's change, okay, let's do the 2-hour parking on one side of the street. But also, let's take a look and do a trial on the 72-hour parking and not allow 72-hour parking anymore on Lower Descanso. And if it works for Lower Descanso, then maybe the next time you add the next street, and then you add the next street. There's no reason for anyone in this town to park on a street in the flats for 72 hours unless they live on that street.
We're hearing you loud and
Right.
clear.
I hear that, and I do agree with that. And I do. I also additionally think that we, the city, need to reach out to the 5 persons that we all know that park on the street and leave for several days at a time on a weekly basis. I think it would be good for us, as whether it's the city or the code enforcement, to just say, out of common courtesy, please stop parking here. Take the taxi service. Here's how you sign up for it.
It's not going to happen. I've talked to people nicely, very nicely, really, till we're blue in the face. They don't care. The comments that we get? We see people pushing golf carts into golf carts all day long, every day. And you know what I hear people say all the time? I would never live on that street. And you know what my answer is? Welcome to our world.
Yeah, okay. Well, and there was a discussion about sending letters out to some of those employers to tell their, to ask for their cooperation, as, because there is no reason when you have a large employer that has lots of vehicles, they can easily take someone to the vote, or they can easily, whatever.
I mean, would we be in favor of trying a 24-hour on the other side of the street during this next process?
So we do have a process. That's important, okay? And hopefully Debbie is seeing that we do discuss, implement, review, and modify. And we've done that. And we've done that in 4 meetings. And we're suggesting we got a 5th meeting coming up after we implement this, okay? And so we're taking baby steps. But we're also, the time to talk about the 72 hours is we told you that we have a master transportation plan coming. And we're going to look at all of the community and every aspect in a complete street. That right now, I'm supposed to get an RFP, which I told you last time at last council meeting, from SCAG, and they're going to hire a consultant for us to do that master transportation plan through grant funding.
And how long is that?
That takes about a year to get that done. But when we're done, it's a complete and comprehensive, holistic view, and it's not kicking the can. It's taking a look at everything and saying this is how it operates with each mode and the reasons why we do things, because we dig into it.
And SCAG's going to bring a consultant over here that doesn't live here.
The SCAG is going to hire a consultant that we implement with an RFP, and we're going to help select that consultant. So,
Well, we have those
and
five
I'm
consultants
here, and the
I know.
consultants that you have seen our work on 5 Corners. You've seen the work that's at the intersection there. We do know traffic, we do know parking. But I also, to be fair to the rest of the community, we try to implement with the process we have and move through it. And that's why we hand these tools to you so that you can, and data points, and it's based on that. Because otherwise it'll be the next street over and the next street over asking for the same thing without the data points, okay? So we have a process, And that process, if you want, can be shortened to 60 days. Well, I wouldn't suggest having anything shorter than 60 days because I don't think we'll get enough data off that. Okay.
Are the parking permits for the residents, are they for both sides, the 2-hour and the 72-hour side, or just the?
What they do is they
They
give
can
you a
park on either
free
side.
pass at that point and say that
For either side.
yeah, for either side. It's like it's the same as it is now that you're able to park anywhere on the street for your block. Okay, and that's why we didn't make Catalina so they could park on Descanso or Sumner to park on Catalina. We only restricted it to their street right in front of their house so that we wouldn't get parkers from Catalina coming over to Descanso on the other days, okay, and getting that free pass. So that just that block has that free pass, not the other streets. So that's what we thought was a fair, equitable approach on this, because otherwise we're going to be impacting the other streets as we move through this piece of our experiment.
I'm beginning 24.
I was just going to say that I'm willing to try 24. If we're doing studies and we're trying stuff, I'm willing to do that.
On
You
that,
guys are.
on that south side of Descanso?
Well, then let's do it on Clarissa too. Why are we beating around the bush? I mean, on Clarissa.
Catalina, Clarissa, and Descanso.
Doesn't Clarissa move separately because of?
They do move separately somehow, I didn't.
Because of the.
Lower Descanso does. I mean,
Lower Clarissa? Because of why? Remember?
You have to move your cart, and I'm sorry, I don't know.
We have different street sweeping days on, we have one day is Fridays or something, the other is like Thursday on Clarissa.
Doesn't Clarissa
On upper
park on both
300.
sides?
It's
Also
also
the
the
truck
route.
You can't ever park on Descanso, you can park on both sides of the street.
Yeah,
The street seems
except
on
for
Clarissa,
Thursday, yeah.
it's only one side or the other.
Yeah, one side or the other, yes.
Yeah, that's why it's different.
On the 200 block or just that little
The
block?
lower block, you can't park on both sides
The
ever.
little teeny block between that there and Third,
No, the
and
second
all the
block.
way to Beacon.
Yeah. There's never parking on both sides.
Okay,
Like there is
so-
parking on both
to-
sides.
Babe,
I'm going to stop you
Yep.
right now.
Chip, hold on. So we didn't actually notice a discussion related to Clarissa. The item that was noticed for the public related to the Vaughn's 2 parking trial. So I'm just trying to figure out where Clarissa is on your map, and I didn't think it was in our area, and it doesn't look like it is. So if you wanted to do something on Clarissa or any other streets that were outside of this trial area, we would need to bring that back as a separate item. So
we
you
can
need
do-
I
to
don't think we need to though, because
focus
that's a
your
different
conversation
deal.
to these.
Catalina and Descanso, though, we would
Yes.
change
Yes,
to
those
24.
are-
And then if we want to go to the next, that'll be the next phase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Bob, would you be in favor of trying the 24-hour parking on Catalina and Descanso?
Whatever your desire is. We just want to make sure that when we're implementing this, we always stay with the simplest method and tools to be able to enforce and for the public to understand. So that's why you always see me kind of rolling out the simplest version of it. And as we kind of slice and dice it up more, you know, as a user, it may becomes more difficult. And an enforcer, yes, it becomes much more difficult. And we may not be, even as we do that, may not have the staffing to even enforce that. So we can implement it, and it may not be able to be enforced. So then we'll have that next issue to deal with. So that's why I suggest this. But I'm happy to implement whatever you wish to do.
Yeah. I mean, well, that's just like saying, well, the 2-hour parking, those guys are running around. That's why with the 1 hour, it was like, Jesus Christ, they're spinning like this. Now you got 2 hours, so they can go a little bit slower. You know, the 72 hours, I don't know how many tickets they issue for 72 hours.
There were a couple up in my neighborhood last week.
Wow, okay.
My husband got one.
Story off-street parking.
Yeah, I would move staff recommendation with modification of the 72 on Catalina and the 72 on Descanso, changing to 24.
And still keep the 2-hour on where Mr. Greenlaw has designated it.
Debbie?
I'll second that.
I'll third it.
Thank you.
Comments? Call for the vote.
I'll
There we go. Good one. That was a good compromise between getting rid of the 72 altogether.
Well, I mean, we're going to be back, and when this comes back in, Bob, when this comes back in 90 days, I want you to include Clarissa and Lower Terrace, please.
Okay.
so it's noticed properly. I mean,
And
in
hopefully
terms
we'll
of
have
all the
kicked off
streets.
our master transportation plan by that, and we'll all be involved in that. We're
I don't
digging
know.
in.
I mean, I got 2 years left. I've been trying to do this for 6 years, so I'd really like to.
Well, hopefully we're making progress. Hopefully the community's seeing we're making progress and we're moving through some of the parking issues.
Okay.
We all thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, Joe. Good night, Chuck.
Okay, the next item
This
on
is the
general
longest meeting
business
we've
is
had
an
in a
easy
while.
item for you. It's just to appoint an additional person to sit on the audit committee. Currently, we only have council member Stephen Hafes on the committee. It was originally Richard and Pam, then Richard and Steve, and now just Steve. So we need an additional person that goes over the warrants and is on the audit committee.
I think any of us could do it. Who wants to do it?
I haven't done it for 4 years.
I was gonna say, I've done it, but it's not a big job, but I'm happy to.
Nominate?
I'm happy to make a motion to nominate Ole to sit beside Steve on the audit committee.
All right.
Okay, great. If there's
Do we have a second?
I'll second that. Discussion, call for the vote. Did you have any comments you wanted to make about him being on the audit committee?
Who was the
I'll
second on that?
Me.
Does anyone say anything more?
Oh, God, we still have a housing presentation.
So in light of the hour, I am more than happy because
Make
we do
Elizabeth feel really welcome.
We do still have a number of items on closed session. There is nothing time sensitive about the housing thing. We need to make some movement on your housing, but it doesn't matter if we do it tonight or in 2 weeks. Also, I will tell you between, or 4 weeks, whatever works for your calendar. I also tell you between when I put my presentation together and today, 7 additional bills have been moved to the governor's office. So if we were to put it off for 2 weeks or a month,
Might be better.
wouldn't be the end of the world, and I would be able to give you a better legislative update on the state of the law come January 1, 2019.
Okay.
But I'm happy to go through it.
And you got, no.
You've just been here since 5, and so I'm.
And you got my questions that I submitted?
I did.
Did anybody else submit questions to Elizabeth? We were.
I knew the one, I knew the answer to the one I asked.
Yeah, well then, I should have asked you my question. Okay.
So-
But that gives you an opportunity if nobody was able to find the time to make up questions for Elizabeth. Gives you a little more time to do that as well.
And I'll work with your clerk's office as city manager, and we'll find a good time to come back.
So, this hasn't been presented yet, but could we read through this and ask some questions based on this? That
Absolutely.
might speed that conversation up a little bit too.
And if anybody's interested in, from the public who wants it, staff has it, we can make it available.
Okay, perfect.
But I'll modify it between now and the next one to address whatever Governor Newsom does between now and then.
Okay. Bob Greenlaw, thank you.
Yeah.
Bill Palmer, Bird, everybody that's here. Now we're going to be in closed session, and did you want to read that? Don't you usually say why we're going?
Sorry. We're going to close session on 3 items. Item 1 is the public employee performance evaluation for the city manager. Item 2 is conference with labor negotiators. The agency designated representative is the city council, and the unrepresented employee is the city manager. And the 3rd item is conference with real property negotiators for the Avalon Fuel Dock property, with the agency negotiator being the city manager and the negotiating parties being Rick Stoughton, Jim.
I don't know how to say his last name.
Yolsikis, thank you. And Caleb Lenz. And under negotiation is price terms of payment.
Okay. And we're going to say goodnight to you, Tony.
Good night,
Night to
Tony.
you, Bird. We are back from, are we back from closed session? And we are back from closed session. City Attorney, would you like to speak?
We went in on the 3 items previously announced, and there is no reportable action.
Okay. Meeting adjourned.